chatto, it's Tuesday, and coming up today on Outcasts to Icons, it's a new season and it's a new Sochaux. We intend to win games. Swiston is actually scoring goals. We may have found the ultimate DLP. He was just waiting to be unlocked. When he learns that role, he's going to be unstoppable. We've still got money to spend. It's deadline day. We're playing a game today and I've injured myself in the weirdest way possible. All that and more coming up today on Building a Nation. Fuck! Literally, the last bar. Oh. And it was timed perfectly too. It was literally the last sentence. And even the sub-distraction didn't get me. But I got too comfortable. I was like, hey, we got this. I did not got this. Turns out he did not in fact got this. I think you're right. Maybe we should just... Do you know what? I don't believe I've ever actually done a Building a Nation save. So maybe I just... Me saying it in the intro is perhaps just a sign that I should actually bin this off and just start doing some Building a Nation saves. Perhaps we should start with Tromsø. Any thoughts on perhaps starting with Tromsø? Oh dear. How's everybody's Tuesday morning? Hopefully better than mine. Johnny, thank you very much for the 34 bloody months. And Harv with the 57. I will drink my coffee and let this play out. I'll be over here.
57 months watching this pathetic little man play with his pathetic little computer men. Shameful. The king of the mods is here now. Hush little baby Matt, daddy is home to show you the way. When will you finally give in to the desire you have for me and take the pasta up the A25 to Guildford? You know it makes sense. Keep up the work that Dr. Benji called old school FM content yesterday. Love to the fam.
I didn't realise he had. Wouldn't say that to my face. That's not true. He actually said that to my face when we were in a pub a couple of weeks ago. But there you go, Dazza. Thank you for the 53 months, friend. Ah, dear.
53 months watching this silly little man play with his silly little teams while trying to build a NAT. Insert swear word that I'm sure Stream Nana won't allow.
It's true. Steam Nana? It's gone. Yeah, I stood at the back. I need to get like a little chair here, like on top of this chest of drawers that I can use. Because the drawers, obviously, because of the slight angle of this, they just sort of naturally loll open like the tongue of a golden retriever. In fact, so much so that when I bent down to do my like crazy nonsense last stream like that, I actually knocked 3 of the drawers back into place with my cake. Which, one of two things is true. Either need to lay off the cake, or call me Gluteus Maximus, first of my name, most likely. A lamppost. I really do. No, I actually do. So, do you remember I mentioned something about how I've injured myself in the weirdest way? So, I don't think I've actually mentioned this on stream because it's a little, not embarrassing, just like, without knowing the cause, you're a little bit like, oh Christ, what the hell could that mean? I am essentially missing a patch of hair on my left shin. Like, quite a sizable, like this, just out of nowhere. I noticed it. I was like, why the hell is my leg smooth right there? I haven't dropped a razor in the shower or anything like that. And a little patch just behind, to the right side of my knee, underneath like the knee bone on the top of my calf. So I was like, what the hell's going on with that? Why am I losing hair on my legs? I thought maybe it's a contact allergy. I looked up online, it was like maybe it could be caused by the running because your shin is really thin there, so it just rubs up against it when you're...
Finally caught up. Starting a massive new archaeology job on Monday.
Oh.
Only downside is that I have to be either in Leeds or Milton Keynes for 1 week each month.
One of these things is not like the other. That's amazing! I want to hear more about that. But first, my legs. But more about that, especially. You can be typing while I tell chat about my legs. Thank you for the 21 months though, Jack. That's amazing. I love people with interesting jobs. Makes me feel less bad about my incredibly strange job. So yeah. Today, just randomly, I figured out why I've lost that patch of hair on my leg. So, do you remember I say that I flamingo on stream sometimes? And by sometimes I mean like all the time. Almost all the time on stream, I'll be sat here, or rather standing here, with my right leg on my left shin and my right sort of heel just to the side of my foot. And it's like a nice comfortable position that weirdly I find comfortable because again, I'm strange. Turns out, those exact positions line up perfectly where the hair has gone on my leg. I've essentially frictioned off the hair from my left shin by standing weirdly for the last 3 months doing standing streams. It's too good of a... It lines up absolutely perfectly. Even the bit on the back where my heel sits. I figured it out this morning. I stood like that and I realised it completely covered the hair loss point. And somehow I figured that out this morning. So, while at least I feel better about the whole fact that it's like, oh, okay, I'm just an idiot, rather than it being some like medical condition. I haven't just suddenly gained alopecia in a very specific spot. But there you go. Just thought I'd share that with you. Good old sandpaper shiz. It's because the skin underneath is so close to the bone, so there's a lot more friction can be applied to it quite easily. I think that's why it's probably so fragile there. So strange. See, England wears the advert. Hey, 35-year-old man wears England shirt with name on back of it. I think we need to bring that back. I keep resisting the urge to do it. I'm going to stand with my legs like this. Power stance, potentially. Immersion in one space. Fair enough then. What do the views? If you do exclamation mark views, Espresso Cat, you will find them all in that pack, basically. As for the sad skin showing a lot of information, I agree, but that is the reason I like it. Like the reason I think Saz's skin is so good is because of the amount of information it shows you. I want as little clicks as possible, essentially. That's my theory on it, right? Hello, Sharpie. Hello, Daniel. No, I'm gone full Daisy Dukes again. I always put these like jean shorts on when I do stream, and then I end up hoiking them up because it gets so hot in this bloody room. Can't be in shin pads. I can't be in shin pads, but I will be soon for the charity match on the 16th of August at Arbor Park, Slough. There is a charity match for Mind Mental Health. I will be playing in it, as will many other creators that you may be familiar with, and will be managed by Leluja as we take on a team of Slough fans in a game to raise money for the Mind Mental Health charity. I don't know why I've just gone into YouTube mode, but my God, does it work? Lovely. I could be too powerful. In a way, it's dangerous for all of you, I would say, if I did power stance. You might notice I'm actually on the match day here, so there is every chance that I should probably just hit submit team. Who needs mental health? That's true. Menti H and whatnot. 17 years... Oh, you love to see it. Hang on. You're 17 years deep into a network save, Jagsman. Sorry, Jagsman. That's amazing. Hang on, are England playing today? I had no idea. This is pure coincidence. Managed by Kev, exactly. So, I don't know how to gegenpress, but I'm looking forward to finding out. Oh, here we go. A dig junkie. I love it. Archaeological slurs. Amazing. Talking about animal minds. Near the thing on Bronze Age civilizations in Scotland and England, but I get to spend 3 months each year in Anatolia with... Sick. Anatolia is Turkey?
Take my Bezos money.
Or is it... I think it's Turkey, right? Might be wrong about that. Fran, thank you very much for the 4 months. Maybe it's an area that encompasses more than one country, potentially. Yeah. So... I just find that sort of shit fascinating, to be honest with you. Like, I loved Jurassic Park as a kid, and I'm sure I'm not the only one. What was it that got you into it? Like, as in, what was it made you want to do archaeology in the first place? What position will I play? Either right back or left back. I could probably do a job on the wing just because I've got that stamina now, you know? But I also don't know. I'll play wherever I'm told. I'm a company man. Well, do you know what, Jagsman? That's why I like FM. It's an escape, right? I think that's what a lot of people use it for. Double pivot, go crazy. Ooh, maybe. Get me in DM. I don't know, I feel like I've got the engine now for it. I can get about a little bit. A friend of mine is a, what's the word I'm looking for here? She's an anthropologist, but she works at the Natural History Museum. Like, that's pretty much all I can... Trying to explain someone's job who does something that's really technical and, like, way above my, like, knowledge level is just almost impossible, to the point where I'm just like, well, she's an anthropologist, I guess. Yeah, I'm not tall enough for a centre back. Hell no. I'm like 5'10.5". The sort of I would not sign me as a centre back. Let's put it that way. If I was a 16-year-old centre back that I saw in like Boca Juniors' youth intake, I'd be like, he's unlikely to grow that much, chat. And then we'd have a big argument about it. J. Dodgeroni, thank you for the follow. August says, oh yeah, you'd have to, right? We do. We have Velasquez, but there's an important distinction. One is Velasquez and one is Velasquez. Although actually they're not both on the pitch today, as it happens. Forensic anthropologist. Ooh, do tell. I'm always looking for more books to add to my list to not read. And by that I mean buy and still not read. I'm excellent, Morgan. How are you, friend? I'm actually feeling really peppy this morning. How odd. How very unlike me. Is that a penalty? No. Why are we seeing this? Theoretical mathematics. Of course you were. I love that. I have the maddest respect for people that just go, you know what, I fancy a career change, and then just actually do it and are successful with it. I love that. That's just really cool. Even if... Oh, Kathy Rikes. Yes, I'm familiar with Kathy Rikes. And obviously Bones. Pog and I think we've only seen the first 6 seasons of that. We kind of got a bit bored of it after a little while, I suppose. Yeah, Velasquez has got suspended, basically, after 4 games of the season for having too many yellow cards. Bear in mind, you need 3 yellow cards to get said suspension. So he'd managed to get booked in 3 of our 4 league games thus far this season, which is impressive, if you ask me, personally. Who do I support? Imagine if I'd just gone, I'm an England fan, mate. No, I'm a Fulham fan. And some say that there's very little distinction between the two. Fulham famously have lots of players in the England squad, obviously. Oh, look at Stoyan with his captain's armband. What a lad. Oh, fun fact. What was it said? Oh, yeah. The game considers Nagalo to be our key player, which in many ways I kind of agree, but it's like maybe you could value him at more than 10 million. Oh, feck. Oh, good. It's a player from the second team. That's sick. We were actually doing quite well up until that point. Just got absolutely done there. Stoyan losing the ball did not really help, and then he doesn't really track the runner very well either. Come world class. I'd like to think he could be. He'll have to lay off the booze, potentially. I think Pog and I liked it more when Zach was in it more. And then the whole storyline with him was very, very strange. He was like one of our favourite characters in the whole show, along with Angela's dad. Oh, come on now. We are getting a little bit screwed here, aren't we? I suppose we're getting the payback for the PSG game. Oh, God, it's actually going to be a second goal.
Generic
wow.
anniversary celebration message.
Is he offside? No, he's not, is he? Oh, he is? Love to see it. That was tier 2 as well. Over 2 years at tier 2 is insane. Love to see it. Yes, our Norwegian lad is settling in, I think is the best way to describe what he's doing. And so far, he's looked okay. Obviously, we're playing a slightly different backline today because of the suspension to Velasquez, so we've got Peter Bashir coming in, but that shouldn't be a bad thing. What does worry me a little bit is that so far we've won both home games and lost both away games. In both the away games, we've not scored a goal, so I'm kind of hoping that we can start to change that. But I just wanted to get a game done and out of the way because we've got deadline day in a couple of minutes, and I can sort of run you through what I've done with our scouting because I've done a lot. So, glad you asked that question. It's an excuse not to press dressing room. I'll press it anyway, just for the memes. Basically, we're trying to win the Champions League with a team that has never been in a European final, in any of the European finals, within reason. But we're starting from... Nothing beats a Jet 2 holiday... Sorry. Fuck, who was this? I love that this has gone global, by the way. I can't be serious while this is going. For just £50. Amazing. Should I try and explain the save to the intonation of the Jet 2 holiday lady? That could work. We're trying to win the Champions League with a team that has never been in a European final. We aim to jet off around Europe, starting at the very bottom of European football, earning our coaching badges along the way. Sometimes we have to pay for them, and they can cost only £50. We move our way up the European football pyramid, moving from club to club. If we do reach a European final and lose, we don't have to be sacked as well, and we're off on a holiday of our own. Today we find ourselves at Sochaux, and that's what we intend to win something with. Okay, ran out of steam towards the end there. Oh. Because what did Spurs? I didn't even know it was a thing, honestly. I didn't know he was going to Spurs. I thought Spurs had signed... Oh, no, they didn't get him Bemo, did they? I realised for the volleys, that was very, very strange without the music. You can kind of... Imagine it, though. Imagine the music. You go precisely to Crete. Hey, I hit Crete's lovely. OFI are constantly in for players in this save. I basically use them as like... Oh! Did you see that? What a save. But he just fully threw a dummy on our fullback. That was a full-on body feint. Kudus, I like Kudus, but I do find it funny the people using clips of a game against Reading in pre-season as a reason why he's going to be goated. It's like, we have seen evidence of him playing in the Premier League. The last thing I remember Kudus doing, actually, was getting sent off for kicking Van der Veen. But, we'll see. Yeah, Forest, didn't they, like, threaten legal action against Tottenham or something with that? I don't think I've ever used a travel company like that. I always just kind of go, I just do it myself, you know. I know more than them. I know more than them. That's why I'm a travel agent. Right, we are being a bit shit here, actually. But I think I'm going to make my normal change instead. Because why change anything if it ain't broken? Except it is broken. You're in danger of being booked. Why are you all in danger of being booked? What's going on here? Bauer's been kind of bad again, actually. Kone's been... I might even get Deji on. Screw it. The Dej monster. And Ruggieri or Stoyan. We'll go with Ruggieri. Oh. Now the same team as him. That'll be a fun one. When the introductions are made once again. I might just start ramping this up to attacking in a minute. Because this would be a disappointment. It's weird that we've not scored in 3 of our... We've won 2 out of our first 4 games. But at the moment, we would have not scored in 3 of the 5, which is odd. It shows that when we can do it... Oh, hang on. Wait a minute. Oh, you have got to be kidding me. Yeah, we can't be doing that. Those are not... No. You've got to be hitting the target there, lad. There's only so much the game can punish us for that result against Paris Saint-Germain. I kind of thought we'd already received our penance for that. It's Binder. There's no way he's scoring from there. It's too central, right? Unless he takes it short. There are short options, but the game usually ignores that. Oh, he's gone short. No. Oh, no. Are you serious? It's deflected into the path of the goalkeeper. Oh, we're getting a little bit unlucky here, you know. That is a... Oh, my God. What a pass. He's missed it. Osagi has to be scoring at the other end, but that was a hell of a miss. Oh, go on. Little set piece goal. Finish things off. Just get the draw. That's all I ask of you. A draw here, it's a point, it stops us losing, it would be a fair result. We take that. Plus, Binder's actually looked okay since coming off the bench. Deji, go on, lad. Oh, go on, Deji. This is not really where I want you, but this will do. Let's build it up slowly. Oh, wait. Oh, no, and it's Barnetche's shot is blocked as well. We are kind of pummeling them at the end of this game here and getting absolutely nothing for it. That is a really disappointing 1-0 defeat. Yeah, no, I'm just sad about that, honestly. That was really kind of shit. Complete freedom going forward. Yeah, I'd be curious to see what he does actually do for Spurs. So I actually got just too invested in the game there for once. That is a disappointing result. Like, we've looked good so far this season in a lot of games, and that was not even that bad. Just really unlucky. It is literally like the game has gone, hey, you beat Paris Saint-Germain. Good luck beating anybody else, because we're just going to ruin you in every single game now. Because we 100% didn't deserve to win against Paris Saint-Germain. But since then, it feels like it's like, hey, you're just not going to score. No matter what you do, you're just not going to score. Snails and Foglegs. Have I bought 2C... Oh! Round these parts, we call them Citroen Dollies. They're probably different cars now, I think about it. Wow, what a day of matches. 1-0, 1-0, 0-0, 1-0. Love to see it. We do have an FPL league. I don't think I've actually reset it yet, but I will do. Because I actually might try and do a bit of FPL this year and actually not take it seriously, because that would be silly, but take it a little bit more seriously. Now, I decided yesterday that it was about time I did some team reports. Obviously, these are the ones that are still delayed from before. So I sat down and I did, I think for over 2 hours, did team reports. I tried hanger-oners method, and it's a really good method. However, there is one fatal flaw with it that you will have to end up doing some of my original one anyway, because if you filter it by all players in the world that are between certain ages, just to make sure that they're more current, that have youth app appearances, to make sure that they're still, in theory, going to be at the clubs that they were actually at, so you know if they've got players. The problem is, certain countries' youth teams don't count as youth appearances. So, firstly, that only counts under 21 caps. If a player is under 19 caps or is in the under 19 squad, the game does not care and they will not show up. So you tend to find you get older players in there, which doesn't give you a better idea of who's actually getting players now. The biggest downside to it, though, is that nations like Brazil and Argentina don't have under 21 squads that they use at all. They have under 23 squads, which is where most of their players go. And as a result, when I did this test, not a single Argentinian footballer showed up in the entire thing, nor with Brazil, Uruguay, Paraguay, Peru, or Colombia. Japan, Australia, Mexico. There's a lot of nations that it completely ignores because of the different structures of their squads. So it definitely works, but you will sort of almost have to go in and recheck your work going the manual way anyway. So I'm not sure how effective that is long term, but I still did it. So we've definitely found some extra squads doing it, and I ended up building quite a few. Some might even say too many. We are stocked for the time being with team reports. I've done 1,115, which should cover us nicely for 3 years. What I've also done, you'll notice all the nations down here are the ones that were not on that list, essentially, and a couple that I've forgotten about, basically. What I have done, though, is I went through and manually prioritized all of the, well, except for those 2 Irish teams for some reason, all of the South American and North American ones. That way we could, because otherwise we wouldn't see any South American stuff for like 3 years. So I went through and I prioritized all of these ones manually. I don't know how many that actually is. It's quite a lot. This was a lot of clicking, as I'm sure you can imagine. How many players? Yeah, I manually prioritized 216 reports. So now we're going to get those first before it loops back around into the ones we were doing. Then once it's done those, it will go into all of the brand new ones. So we should essentially have now 3 years worth of reports, which we can just keep sending around each time. Which also means, by extension, that every report we see is most likely going to contain new players. And coming into deadline day, we've got a transfer budget we can actually spend on some punties, which is lovely. Why not Joshua? Thank you for the follow. Did I miss a look, or was that a song request? It was a song request. I'd love to see it. Well, the season can't be that this season will be massively South American, but obviously we're limited as to what we can sign just because of the non-EU rules, right? Because we are, I believe, now, I think, maxed out on that. Yeah, we're back to maxed out non-EU with Shazly, Velasquez, and Strawberry. Now, if we were to find someone amazing, as much as it pains me to say it, the Straub would be the man that would most likely drop out of our squad and probably be sold. He's already a bit unhappy. We also still have that issue with the goalkeeper, but I don't really know what we can do about the goalkeeping issue. Because I've just noticed that a lot of our players are unhappy with it. And there's not a lot we can really do about it. I can't remember if I can see this. As much as it says, like, disappointed with the lack of effort made to strengthen squad and goal, I literally brought back one of our youngsters who's got 5-star potential from loan. I signed 2 more goalkeepers, one who was really high rep, one who has a really high squad status. Nothing. It just doesn't care. And it's kind of shit. Because it's very annoying. Because there's literally nothing we can do about it. It's like the game just went, actually, no, fuck you. We're just going to upset your entire squad for literally no reason, based on CA, which is stupid as fuck. Because our current goalkeeper is ridiculously good, and he's still only 21. It baffles me. His CA can't be that low. And also, they specifically said depth of goalkeeper. Who's having a starting goalkeeper as depth? It just doesn't happen. Like, that's not how goalkeeping works in football. So that's really frustrating. So I think we're just going to have to eat it and hope for the best. The problem is, you'll notice that there's a lot of these, like, disappointed with how Promise is progressing. Disappointed that all of these players are also going to shit themselves when we inevitably fail this ridiculous Promise. But such is life. Literally, it's because we don't have 2, like, 3-star CA goalkeepers. Basically, the game is saying, hey, we're going to upset your entire squad because you don't have 2 goalkeepers that, by doing so, would in turn end up upsetting your entire squad because they would complain about no lack of football. It's also, we've got Sven Smates. What do they mean we don't have 2 goalkeepers? He's the ultimate 2 goalkeeper setup. Yeah, we've slipped a little bit down the league a little bit now. But I don't think we're as bad as it suggests. Yeah, adversity. That's... Oh, okay. We've actually moved up a little bit. I think if I got a chance to talk to the devs about player interactions, I want them to just not feel like you're being screwed by them. Like, I understand that, like, if something goes against me, I want it to be because of something I have specifically done. Like, directly. Not just a random thing that then suddenly means that you have negative effects that you have no control over, have no way out of, and I don't know. It just feels like... I'm trying to think of an example in another game, but it's like when games basically add in difficulty settings that don't actually make the game harder, they just introduce bullshit. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, it's the no good choice scenario. Basically, it's the meeting where you come into where every single option triggers the exact same response. By the way, our B team is kind of chefing this season. 4 games in, 4 wins, plus 11 goal difference, and Yasmin Mehic has got 6 goals already. He's kind of cooking. In addition, some of you will have already seen this if you've watched the Patreon regen recap video, because somehow I found it in that. Mr. George, by the way, thank you for the 8 months. One off for Twitch Babby. You love to fucking see it. I found something rather fun. Do you know we were talking about how some of these leagues have so many teams from B teams in them, and it makes it hilarious that you see teams getting promoted from like 4th or 5th. Well, let me just show you something that happened last season that I didn't even notice. So this was last year. 4th place Entente. They got promoted. Oh, that's current season. Shit, my bad. Last season, 3rd place get promoted, because obviously none of these guys can go up because they're B teams in there as well. The D League. Last season, promoted from 4th place, relegated from 7th place. But wait, there's one that is even more ridiculous than this. And it could have been even weirder. Ready? Bang. I love France. I also hate it, but I love France at the same time because stuff like that is a possibility. So yes, FC Fleury 91 were promoted while finishing 10th. And when I say promoted, I don't mean through playoffs. They were automatically promoted from 10th place as the champions, Sats. Which means there were 9 B teams in front of them in the league. You could. Well, technically you couldn't in this league. However, you were able to finish 11th and get promoted because you see the team at the bottom there, Cavalier Rouen, or whatever they're called. Their B team as well. If they'd have finished above them, they would have gone up in 11th. They're going to get absolutely ridden this season, is what I believe I said. I think my exact words were, they're going to get annihilated. I sort of whispered into the mic. It's crazy. This will probably end up on TikTok because this is just funny to me. Ah, dear. Get promoted then. I don't know if the game would allow enough B teams to be in the league for that to be the case. Maybe there's a hard cap on them, but this is the one that has the most. This team has 11 of the 14 teams in this league are B teams. The only teams in this division that are not B teams are FC Fleury, who ironically, a Patreon region actually played for, Benny Lacanian. US San Malo, who ironically, again, another Patreon region plays for in the form of Johan Gesundheit. And obviously these guys here, AS Vita. Crazy. Well, you see, Hadrian's hard at work on the absolute monstrosity that we discussed a little bit last stream. Newsflash chat, he has kind of basically got it to work. So 12 seasons in one season, 120 games. It's coming. He's figured out how to do it. There's just a lot of like cleanup to do. Not only that, but it has an overall league table as well. So it's 10 mini seasons within one massive season, and then an overall league table to decide who gets relegated. Yeah, just Brazil, like Brazil, but on steroids. Basically, steroidzinho, so to speak. Jack Turner, I'm glad you mentioned that, Jack, because actually we were talking about you in yesterday's video. You stayed. Basically, you were linked heavily with a club in the second tier of Andorra, and I just thought that was really cool. Unfortunately, it looks like you didn't make the move in the end and chose to stay at Norwich United, which makes me kind of sad, because I was really hoping you'd move to St. Julia. Because just the idea of you being linked with a second tier Andorran side was just crazy to me. North Florida. Their own league. Ooh. It's like smooth off in it. Yeah, it would have been cool. You've just kind of been there for the last 14 years, basically. Also, fun fact, in this database, I think it's this database, Sirens, for some reason, play in the Gossetton football leagues. What's happening there? How's that happened? Bear in mind, I don't have Malta switched on, so this is just sort of a thing in the background. I don't know how that's possible. Unless it's just the weird way that the game like does some stuff there. Gozo is separate, yeah. They got relegated to another island that hasn't even got a pathway. It's really, really strange, because like... Hang on, what? Chat, are you noticing anything slightly strange? I mean, for a start, Gazira United, Mosta, Nashar, these teams are all mainland teams. Yeah, I think FM's just absolutely shat the bed. I only noticed this because I was going doing the team reports, and there was a player from Sirens on one of the lists, because obviously Malta caps or something, right? I'm assuming it's one of these dudes. There was a guy, basically. And I saw Sirens, and it said, because I had the leagues put on the page as well. I was using this view here. Unless it's gone now. Yeah, this one here. So I had the divisions on them as well. And I just saw Gossetton Football League and thought, what? What is going on there? Thought we'd have a little look at it. But yeah, let me just get rid of this. We can actually do team reports today. So actually properly team reports. I don't have any Malta database loaded. As far as I know, I'm using default Malta. So it might be that FM's knowledge of Malta is so bad that it's just fucked up. I didn't use Timo's Malta either. I didn't install the Hadrian one as far as I know. To my knowledge, anyway. Maybe I did. I'm pretty certain. And besides, if I had, then it would have actually worked properly, I would have thought. Right. Which one am I using here? It's that one, isn't it? Anything good? I've already done all these. Oh, no, we haven't. That's fine. There's less of them now. We'll notice there'll be less players in these reports, but we should start getting Scandi players? South Americans within a week, I reckon we start getting our first South American reports through. And there's a lot of them. Like a lot. Turns out there's more teams in Ecuador than I thought was possible. No longer its own island. What, the sea levels have dropped? Ooh, Paris FC make David offer. Who is David? What do we reckon? This feels like just a great way of making some money, right? Why are Paris FC buying our very, very bad cast-offs? Because this is the second time this season that they would have tried to do so. How much are they bidding? No, he's 100% not good enough. But what he is 100% good enough for is... Do you know what, actually? A sell-on clause I don't think would be helpful for us here, because I don't think they're going to be able to sell him. But if I can get him on 825, bang. 1.4 million for him. Who is he? Who is she? That's tremendous. Where was all this last year, by the way? Where we couldn't seem to sell even a good player to save our lives. Now this year, all of a sudden, it's like, they want our... Basically, last year, we were trying to sell clean underwear that had never been worn on Vinted. And everyone's like, ew. This year, we're like, strutting in, sweating like crazy, dripping down the side of our legs, saying, hey, do you want some used boxers? And they're like, yes! That's tremendous. Also, Donny Scott's off. Terrible analogy, I realise. So sorry, this is a terrible day for you to have ears. Which one, Coventry fan? I've done... To be fair, actually, my YouTube output has been so few in the recent months that in actuality, you could just say, I am watching your YouTube video. I mean, know exactly which one you meant, to be fair. Check the Maltese teams. Money, good point. 7 days ago, that's the one. My latest scouting update, which is already out of date in many ways because we found some new things to do. Pervert Club's pocketbooks, true. That's true, yeah, they don't want clean underwear. Actually, now I think about it, you're absolutely spot on. Yeah. You wouldn't want to, yeah. Total amount they offer in installments in one game appearance. No dues except, okay. We're going to get so much money. At this point, it's just a case of I don't want to scare them because, you know the old rule of never interrupt your enemy while they're making a mistake? That's kind of how I feel when a team comes to me and offers me a suitably large amount of money for a player that I have absolutely no knowledge of in many ways. I try to, like, if that was a big team betting on one of my big players, I'm more than happy to, like, let them get rejected or whatever. But with a small team like that, I don't want to push it too hard just in case they go, wait a minute, I've woken up from my fugue state. I no longer want this footballer, you know? Right. So, team's finances. Let me just look at Malta. I don't know if it'll even let me look at Bov. Oh, I can look at Bov Premier League. So, I've got Sleema, 2.7 million. Figura. Wow, they have no money at all. Hamron only have 1.3 million. It's very basic. Hang on. Calcara United are in the top flight. That's wild. That never happened during the big save. I mean, to be fair, Ngar United also never got there. Nadu Youngsters? Weren't these guys in Gozo? Actually, no, I think they were one of those like routine third tier sides that never moved, weren't they? Nashar, obviously. And they're back to Sleema. Up the Youngsters. Where's Don Bosco's boys, I ask you? We are in the top flight with Sochaux. Yeah, we're entering this is our second season in the top flight. Last year was a massive struggle until about the last 3 months of the season where we finally got our shit together, which is often the case with us not for some reason. And now this year, I'm hoping that top half, maybe even the outside of Europe, depending on who we can sign on the deadline day, really. Yeah, they're Gozo, aren't they? I think it's just got confused massively. If you could take one chatter to a Coldplay concert, who would it be and why is it half? Oh, it's 100% half. The question is, which one's the CEO and which one's the HR? I think I'd have to be HR, because there's no way that Harv could ever be involved in HR in any way, right? I'm actually amazed that Harv... Well, even more reason. You're not there for... You're not there because you like Coldplay. You're there because you're banging the HR lady, clearly. They were swaying. I'll fix you, mate. I'll fix you. Fix you up good. Past guy, not people guy. Exactly. He's the rigatoni... Couldn't think of a second word. There was another person there too. See, I'm hearing more news about this story the more I think about it. I saw a lot about it like before the weekend and then just completely dipped on it. Yes, the Philadelphia Phillies one. So good. That was probably one of my favourite like parodies of it. That and there was, I think it was StubHub or someone, just did like a ticket. They just did like basically a pan of a concert and just said this and your HR manager, which that was very, very good. So I think this shows you how delayed team reports are though, considering these guys have not been prioritized, but it takes 3 or 4 days for it to like catch up to where you actually tell it to be, you know? Spaghetti sorted. You thought it was hair from HR. I see, that's a fair mistake. We've all made it. So Donny's going on loan to Millwall, which I love. What a strange career though. The fact that he was at Milan, got that big move to Liverpool, and now he's just going on loan to Millwall on the second tier. Who is this? Why are you on my shortlist? In what world should you have been on my shortlist? 1 second. I'm just going to default shortlist for a minute, because Something ain't right. Oh, they turned down their contracts. Amazing. Just what we didn't want. Let me just use this one. Is it that one? I don't believe it is it? No, that's the one for... is it that one? Nope. Presumably that one. Nope. I now scouting? We'll get there in the end. Maybe I did, yeah. I just want to sort of get rid of any absolute chumps. Wait, no, this guy was quite good, wasn't he? That's the league map. This was that... Oh, it's gone again. Has it actually reset? Oh, that's fine, that'll do. No, it won't. It said we keep up to date. Yeah, there's a lot of players in here that, like, I'm not sure we need to know much about anymore, honestly. Because it is just taking up space on our lists. And some of these are so old. They're from, like... There's guys in here that are, like, 25, who I'm... That guy, however, was that really good... young dude, right? That we kind of... Oh, hang on. These guys are from... No, hang on. We'll leave those guys because they're all wanted. Just want to clean this up a little bit because... Actually, what I should have done is sorted by this as well. And got rid of pretty much all of these lads. Except for Cafu, obviously. But I could get him off of this shortlist, I guess. Who the hell is that? I mean, he's someone that we're obviously scouting. Maybe I'll leave him. I just don't want to be notified about players that we do not care about. Even Live Love Bomb. Sorry, Love Live Bomb is in there too. I'll get rid of you. Oh. It'd be awesome if the view didn't reset every time I touched it. That'd be so, so cool. Get rid of you. Get rid of Zankos. I was thinking we might win it like twice this year, perhaps, Mission Enforcer. Like win the Clausura and the Apertura of France. That's my plan anyway. I'll leave Live Love Bomb in there instead just because his name's great. But there's a lot of very mid players on this list now that very much need to not be paid much attention to. Good work, I guess. But I don't think he's got the ceiling. 15. That's good to know, though, actually. Hello, Athos. But yeah, I definitely want to keep an eye on Dardan Karapici because I liked the bare attributes he had. Even if his dribbling wasn't fantastic. He's the sort of guy that I could sort of see us dropping a little bit of cash on. Basically, the reason I like him is because good on both feet, inside forward, can play number 10 if needed, great finishing, really good first touch, great leadership as well. He's got the 14 pace, 14 acceleration, really high dribbling as well, which is incredibly good for someone who's only 18 years old. It's weird that I guess he's fallen so far behind on the pecking order of scouting that we've kind of lost it. I do like this dude. And it's Bromma Poikina. Because they, generally speaking, produce some good players. He's never played for them yet, though, which is a little bit worrying. I'd like to think that... Are they just kind of good? Because the other guy... I can't remember which club he was at. I think it might have been Jules Gordon. Was at least playing for them. Taking a Coldplay concert. Oh, hell yeah. I will try to fix him. Good determination. How much would they want? Would he even join us, actually? It's a good, different question. Excellent. That tells me nothing. So, anywhere from X value to 10 times that value. Alright. Would you take 2 million, stay with me, and then 1 million over 3 years? Because I don't mind that. The thing that worries me about him is the fact that he doesn't have any appearances for them in the league, and I would like to have thought by 18 he probably would have done, but it might just mean that his CA isn't as high as, say, that other dude who looked to have ridiculous CA at the time. He's still only 18. Ah, wait, he's only just turned 18. He literally turned 18 a week ago. So this is actually essentially a 17-year-old's attributes, really. I mean, it's not, he's 18, but you see my point. He's like a very young 18. That actually... Passing's alright, vision's good, tackling's kind of crap, who cares? Brave as well. I like him. Anyway, back to scouting. That's one for the time being. How much do they want in wages, actually? Breakthrough prospect. Yeah, we're not having any of these things. Find you a loan move. I hate not being able to offer loan moves. Oh, shit. Okay. Fine, that's a bit... That's either good or bad. That either means that he's got an arsehole agent... Yeah, basically, I thought he was into like he was well into his 18th year, but now that I'm looking at him at 17, if he's essentially like if we looked at him 2 weeks ago, his attributes would have been the same, and he was 17, it would have been like, okay, actually, yeah, this guy's worth picking up. Yeah, and I'm hoping maybe they'll ask for a loan back, and that will fulfill the promise. The thing that intrigues me is the fact that he wants squad player in 2 years' time, and it's like committed to wanting that. Which either means his agent is a dick, or he's got like some really solid potential. And I think we could definitely mould him. He has a lot of the prerequisites to mould him into it. Like his dribbling could do with improving a bit. But he's got a lot of things I want already. Why not both? Exactly, yeah. Last season we came 12th in the end. That's true. We might get to a European final and lose it in that time. There's plenty of time for that. Time? I do see a lot of Solomon Islands players, so unfortunately, because time is such a short word. Oh, Fred Time, there he is. Oh, there's loads of them. You're absolutely right. We've got Fred Time, John Time, James Time. Where's Chico Time? Conference League go. We've not played in the Conference League with Sochaux anyway. We've 12th. Last season was our highest ever finish, which was 12th. It was our first season back in the top flight. The last time we were in the Conference League was with Tenerife. We got to the final, just lost. Hence why we're at Sochaux. I think there's only 3 of them in the game, sadly, but they are there. We do need Chico Time. Good time. I'm guessing it's pronounced Time. Maybe. Actually, it can't be, can it? There's no accent on the E, so I'm guessing it is actually just pronounced time, or team, I guess, perhaps. Either way, I like that. Right, deadline day is just around the corner. We're just going to hit it on agent offers and God knows what. Maybe we'll get a scouting report as well on that day. That'd be kind of useful. Dinner time, now we're talking. Oh, here we go. Right, we're finally on to the South American scouting. Oh, well, for the first, Pablo Madrid. Solid name. Unfortunately not likely to be that great for us. Although this guy's 16. Goalkeeper. I mean, I don't think that's going to appease them somehow. I suspect we're going to have to deal with that later. All the players kicking off because we didn't sign 17 goalkeepers. It's kind of annoying that we've actually lost our last 2 games 1-0. Just in time. That could work. Yeah, we've managed to create like 2.5 XG in the last 2 games and not score. That's kind of shit. We need to do a bit more of that, potentially. My big forehead. Thank you for the 15 months. Needs to be Chico time in there. Agreed.
Oh no. The system my work uses has gone down. What a shame.
Interesting. It's not by any chance... It's nothing to do with Let's Encrypt, is it, by any chance? I don't know why it would be. It's just my friend mentioned they had an API outage. Just strange thing just reminded me in my head there. A wet, you know. Get a good, mate. Get a Rain Mac, innit? How sad. Was it you just kind of constantly pulling the plug every single time? I nearly put this in the intro today. And now it's come up anyway. Who needs it? Plead the 5th? You're going to want to plead the 6th for this. I don't know what the 6th Amendment actually is. Maybe it'll be something heinous and you don't want to plead that. Arrives late in the ball. Solid work. Oh, I know why it's taking so long, because our transfer day is essentially like a day later than some other leagues, so there's all sorts of... I wouldn't be surprised if we get loads of bids today as well. Not that I'm even really... We don't really have anyone left to sell. We actually did so much great business in terms of selling players this season that I don't really think we have dead wood. The only dead wood we have is Cariello. He's quite literally the only player left in our squad that I'm like, I need to get rid of you. Although, I must admit, Paris FC do keep finding new dudes who I need to get rid of, apparently, just by looking at our B team. Who are considered to be very good now. So I wouldn't be surprised if our B team win the 4th tier, but unfortunately, because France, you're not allowed to get promoted out of it. It's not like Spain, where you can be promoted all the way up to the 2nd division, which is wild. In France, it has to... You're maxed out at 4th tier. Someone buy Bout. The problem is I don't think we're ready to replace Bayer. Yeah, Garcia's gone to Napoli. They actually signed 2 striker/number 10s in the same window for £200 million combined. I don't know why I'm saying that as if that should surprise you. It's Napoli, right? But yes, Napoli picked up Jose Garcia for £95 million, which was his release clause, apparently. And they also signed this guy, Buziani Amiri, who's more of a striker, for £123 million. In addition, Tenerife have got a slight problem. Because... Where's he gone? Socorro is unhappy. Because wants a new contract. Why the fuck are you not offering the Spanish #1 goalkeeper a new contract? He's only earning 40 grand a week. And he's the Spain #1. Give the man a new contract, you melons. Do not lose this human being. AI clubs are really weird like that. He's got very good, isn't it? I guess playing for Spain will do that. I want to see where he fits in as far as contracts go on their team. Just out of interest, who is the highest paid player at Tenerife? So, just why? Why are you not offering him a new deal? He's the Spanish #1, and he's like your 15th highest paid player. You're paying Ian Almada 200 grand a week. You're paying Octavian Carapchea 170 grand a week. Give the goalkeeper his bag, please. Insane behaviour that they wouldn't give him a contract. Also, it looks like they're selling Pajic. Oh, it's a loan. How are you selling... Hang on. They've sold Garcia, and now they're loaning out Pajic. Who is your striker, then? Oh, they have bought some people, to be fair. They bought Renato Martin. Ah, that'll be him. Right, that makes sense. And also Dragan Bojovic from PSV. And then this dude here, Stefano Bifulco. Okay, they're doing some business. Kraken's still there. Yeah, Ron is... They actually gave Ron a new contract because they're crazy. I just hate the idea that they would get rid of him. He's the guy. Right, we're taking part, obviously. It's what we do. Ron actually has scored a lot of goals lately, in fairness. I can't really argue with that. I'm going to, but I can't. Score on a loan deal. Oh, can you imagine? Wait, there's actually interest in Bauer. I tell you what, if Wolves came in and I was able to sell Bauer now, that would solve the entire problem. Like, it would be bad for us, but it would also open up an opportunity for Jordan and for Binder to play for the rest of the season and just take the risk on us probably not getting relegated, but just not being quite as good for a year. But it would also get us a lot of money. Oh, Wolves. Let me guess, they've got targets in other positions. Generate funds. Okay, Wolves are not putting a bid in. Oh, I'd be amazed if they are anyway. Who was the other guy that was interested? Kilaza. Yeah, you're... Sorry, is this just Wolves shopping in my... Monaco wants Shehu. Wow, okay. Lots of loan interest, naturally. Most of these guys I wouldn't actually accept on loan for, but still. Any early agent offers? Literally not one. It's weird that Wolves want both our goalkeeper and our central midfield. That would be the ultimate FU to him if I'd actually then just sold the goalkeeper. I'm guessing it's... Wow, he's still playing. Oh, he's only 32 to be fair. Hasn't... Oh, he's crossed the divide. What about, let me guess. Oh, no. I thought that was going to be an Al. So, yeah, he played for Barcelona for the longest time, moved to City for 84 million quid, and now has decided, you know what, no. Came through at Barcelona, played there most of my career. Let me just move to Real Madrid. I'm sure that will go down very well in Spain and won't cause any problems. I sort of see your point, Andrew, and to be fair, if a player came to me and said I want a new contract when they have 3 years left, I'd be pissed too. In fact, I believe I was last stream when someone tried to do that exact thing. No, FM is very bad at that. I completely agree. It does seem... Who are these people? Like, what? Sure, I guess it must have been from back in his days at somebody else. I guess it's an excuse to start removing people from these. He's from the Pasta shortlist, to be fair. So that's okay. But I will use this as an opportunity to remove him as well, just as we go through. I'm pretty certain he moved to Real Madrid on another save I had as well. Or it was this one, but I feel like it was quite a long time ago that someone looked him up. Right, agent offers. Lovely. What are we saying? Show me anything vaguely decent. 30-year-old from Sevilla, not what I'm looking for. You're at Espanyol, no. 28, 24, 25. Where are all the young agent offers gone? Oh, these will be all bids, won't they? Right, what are we saying? Barnsley offered them Barja. I mean, I'd love that for him. I really would, because... Do you know what? Actually, I'm going to do that. If they'll let it go through. Because I called him back from his loan at Coton Sport to hopefully appease Bauer. But obviously that isn't going to work. So I might as well just send him back out on loan to somewhere where he's actually going to play. Your Mal go to Real Madrid. That's wild, actually. In this save, or was it my other save? There was a save I had where Yamal... No, he's still at Barca. Oh, no, it was someone else's save where he moved to Wolfsburg for, like, barely any money. Because, obviously, he got, like, a really bad roll on his rep. Oh, we've not got mentoring, have we? Oh, no. It's only the second team. Likes to round goalkeeper. This is where this guy is a goalkeeper. It was Kerbassi. That's what you're thinking. You're right. Yeah, it was. It was Kerbassi. I've literally confused the two of them. So both of them went to Barcelona. Sorry, went from Barcelona to Real Madrid. Both Marc Van Gaal and Pau Kerbassi both treaded their way across to the other side of the city in the same save. I like it because it sort of shows that Barcelona are just as incompetent here as they are in real life in many ways, and I kind of rate that. Martinez is just doing Martinez things, isn't he, really? He's already got 18-7 this season. It does genuinely baffle me that nobody better has taken a punt on this dude at some point in this save. When he was literally scoring like 30 goals a season for Watford, comes to Ligue 1, immediately puts up like more than one 20-goal season. Somebody buy him. Because he's just perfect match engine striker. What a player. Mafia. Who was Mafia playing for? I genuinely can't remember like which club he was playing for. Just end up managing, but that would be even funnier. Then he'll manage Madrid after that, obviously. Got to stay on top of these things, you see. Top 5 highest spending clubs. Wow. Imagine that, chat. Napoli have spent loads of money. Well, I never. Also, it's worth pointing out, by themselves, Napoli are responsible for like 40% of the spending in Serie A. Solid work, lads. In fact, no, just between them and Lazio, just Napoli and Lazio combined are spending like 60% of the money in Serie A themselves. And surely Napoli aren't done yet. I think their winner might still have some more time on it, potentially. Also, they've just let Ethan Nwaneri go to Liverpool for free. I didn't even notice that. How much did they pay for Nwaneri? Wasn't it quite a lot? It's the Napoli way. Signing players for stupid amounts of money. Although Nwaneri was absolutely insane for Napoli. Every single season he put up double digits in Serie A. That is bizarre. Yeah, PSG doing it isn't really a surprise just because of the lack of funding everyone else has. It's the fact that, well, Napoli, we all know Napoli's funding. Also, if you missed it last stream, this team in Bulgaria has a tycoon. We only found out because they bought a player off of us for £5 million. And we went, how has the team in Bulgaria, this team especially, got that kind of money? Turns out they have a tycoon and they have a transfer budget of £21 million. So expect these guys to become a weird, like, blip on the European radar in a couple of years at this point, right? Yeah, Napoli have a tycoon, but they have a tycoon that's more tycoony than I've ever seen before. Hadrian reckons that basically when you get a tycoon in FM, there's like loads of boxes that get ticks to do with the way that those tycoons behave. Napoli have basically rolled a nat 20 on every single dice roll as far as like how much money he pumps in, how long he stays, how active he is, how much he underwrites defeat, all that kind of jazz, basically. They signed Jose Garcia, one of our youth intake guys from the golden generation year, which is a shame, but also 95 million. Can't be too complaining. Hello, guy at Wadi Dagler. This is more like it.
Do not
now we're talking.
I'm familiar with over 600 dance
right, now we're ready. Do the GUI. I wish I knew what the GUI was, but trust me, if I knew what it was, I'm sure I'd be able to do it. It sounds like a dance move. I could do the goosey, if that helps. Pep was there during the tycoon. He was quite unsuccessful. Luis Enrique won more stuff with them. And then they brought in Pep, and then just kind of spuffed a lot of money up the wall. Didn't really do much with it. Does it happen every time? No. So the turning on the leagues boost thing only happens when the league is switched on, because what the game has to do basically is fill the squads up with generated players, and it kind of ignores some of the rules of the game in order to do so. But it won't happen the following year because those teams already have squads, basically. So, Oscar Kamba, too expensive. You're probably too expensive as well, but you're called Tunahan. And he's so expensive. Samson Spore, dude. Samet Duran. Okay. Can do the bouncy though. I can only when I find new views. Find me a new view and you'll see Bouncy Boy all over. Let me tell you. Speaking of, I had to mention this really. I was doing like a medical history thing for that assessment yesterday. I've done almost everything apart from this random thing that's called like a QB quick test or something that involves my webcam. I wonder if they're going to sell my nudes on the internet, and that's what this is about. Also, it turns out I don't have to pay for a blood pressure monitor either. I just had to order one, and by order I meant click a button and pick the size. They're just going to send it to me. So that's kind of cool. So I've nearly done all of that, but I was about to do this big test thing that they wanted me to do, but it was like, hey, do this in the morning when you're well rested, and I'd just done 7 hours of work, so I was like, maybe I'll just do that on Wednesday. Ron does love a Waddy Degler, and I don't blame him, honestly. Also, this is a... Ooh. Hello. Yassine Mathlouth... Hang on. Mathlothi. He's fun. For that price, right, you can't really say no. Unless he has, like, absurd wage demands, right? Oh, Hundy P. The Field Agent Pavel. They'll just take one look at my hairless shin and be like, don't trust you. The other thing is, like, the way that the questions were phrased and stuff, it felt like it was part of the test. It's like, if you're capable of doing this in a sharpish and quick time, then maybe you don't need our help. Because it was... like blood from a stone the way these questions were phrased, and the way that it was like every question would almost have an overlap to the point where you then had to repeat yourself, and it's like I ain't typing all that, you know. This guy should be... Ooh, isn't that fun? Wow. On principle, I will not pay the full amount. I will not do it. I mean, they've kind of mugged me off there either way, but at least I can feel better about it. Is this guy also Tunisian? He is. He plays for a team, or he did play for a team called Foot Africa Inter de Tourists. You want to watch out what you do with the tourists. Oh, that's Tunis, not tourist. Possibly Don, yeah. It was just so weirdly phrased. Like, it'd be like, which of the following symptoms have you experienced and how have they affected your everyday life? And then none of the things underneath were in any way related to any kind of symptom. I'm like, what? That's not a symptom. Like, it's the stranger. I think what it was referring to is stuff from the previous questions, but when you say following, in my head imply that means it's going to be the things that are coming next, not the things I've just done. Call me crazy. Maybe I'm just kind of weird. Yeah, it was frustrating. I was doing my very best not to repeat myself, but it was almost impossible. Because some of the questions were literally just like rephrased versions of other questions. Fill this out. I did reference it in the actual questions, but I was like, I need to take this seriously. So I did just sit there for like 3 hours yesterday afternoon doing this. It was exhausting. I went for a nice run afterwards, and that kind of cheered me up, actually, to be fair. But like, good God. Still got a couple more things to do with it. Yeah, this guy's not one we can really sign now, but I do kind of like him, though. Predrag Kolerovic. What was it? Considering changing clubs. He's 100% worth a scout, but he's very expensive, most likely. Without really knowing his attributes, especially his crossing and dribbling. Pace is a little bit suspect as well. His acceleration looks like quite good. Afraid of those things. Don't be afraid of them, Prince. Just know that they are coming, and know that, in theory, they're not designed to trip you up. It is just a case of just answer it as honestly as you can. That seems to be the advice I've got from people. This guy's kind of intriguing. Patrizio Sepulveda. I like him. Random things in boxes. I see what you mean, yeah. But it is just frustrating from my point of view, because it's just, I hate having to repeat myself like that, right? What was this for? As in the thing I was just talking about. If that's what you meant, that it was my preliminary screening stuff for my ADHD assessment. I have to fill in all these like random forms with this company before I can book an actual assessment date. This is season 3 in France, the beginning of it. I think we need to scout him further, but he's basically a short king that's fast, right? But I do kind of, if he's not like stupid expensive, remember he is 18. Breakthrough prospect. I reckon if he's like 500 to 600k, literally, that was I think the box where I referenced it was when I was like, they were like to do with sustained periods of inattentiveness and things like that. I was just like, honestly, just even answering the questions was quite difficult for me, frankly, because I did just have to sit there for like 3 hours going through this stuff. I say that I sat there for 3 hours. I didn't. I did like half an hour at a time. Went for a little walk around the house and to the garden every single half an hour just to stretch my legs. Right, let's see what they actually want. Oh, that's a lot, lads. That's quite a lot. Like 900, I'll give you. I don't want to drop 1.3 million on a guy without being able to see his attributes like that. Like, I like what I'm seeing, but I would like to see more of it. If he was like 600k, I think I would. Can't even register him. I mean, to be fair, it doesn't matter with his like squad status, but I think he's kind of try 1.2 million. I don't want to pay 1.2 million though. I'm not paying him. I'm not going to pay 1.2 million on a guy I can't actually see. Like, I need to see if I can see his attributes, I can make an informed decision. But I'm not going to pay 1.2 million pound of our budget on a. That's like a tenth of our budget on a guy we literally can't even see his attributes for. To me, that isn't really punting at that point. You're just gambling, and we have no idea of his potential or anything like that either. I think they've lost me. Let me try 1 million. Nah. Not 1.7. Like, obviously, I could have got him for like 1.2 probably, but I don't think he's worth 1.2 at this stage. Installments, even with installments, I would have had to have paid more than 1.2. And to me, again, he's not worth it unless I can see that he's worth it. Because we may have this budget now, but we can't guarantee that we're going to get it next season or whatever. I want to make sure that we spend it wisely. Admittedly, I know I've just dropped £3 million over a little bit of time on that other dude, but at least I can see that guy's attributes. This guy, however, come on. I mean, we won't know much about him either because I think he's just a scout for the future kind of guy. Also can't tackle, which is not the worst thing in the world. Word of the way means nothing to it. Yeah, so I've heard things about that with, like that frog. I don't know if that's the same with the ADHD stuff, but maybe. Maybe it is actually designed to annoy you. And I do wonder if you send the forms back too quickly, if they go, Bear in mind, it's already been a week. And I'm still not done yet. I think I might get Pog to sit with me while I do the other one tomorrow. Christmas says, yes, actually it is very much worth that. That way we've got him on a separate list that we're kind of more aware of. My guess is he actually can play more than wingback, but the game sometimes hides it until you've got more knowledge of the player. Not always, though. We thought that was going to be the case with Ruggieri, and it turns out actually he just can only play winger, wingback. Advanced winger, wingback, and fullback, but no winger. It's crazy. We haven't sold Strawberry, no. But I would be willing to if there was a bid on the table. Oscar, isn't this that midfield guy that we were looking at before? Because if Bauer did leave, for example, for quite big money, I wouldn't hate the idea of just immediately throwing Oscar into the mix if we could get him cheap enough. To the point where I might actually sort out a transfer for Oscar, which we could only trigger if Bauer leaves. That way it's already done and in the background. Because then that would give us Binder, Oscar, and Jordan for a little bit. Did you jump through a new scouting for idea? I honestly did think about actually putting that in one of the forms because it was like the ultimate example of, I guess the sort of, a lot of the questions talk about like the way that you exhibit excitement. I've got better at that as an adult, but as a kid I used to be appalling for it. Like I would, if I got excited by something as a kid, say I was at like an event or something and something was happening that was engrossing to me and I was excited by it, I would literally flap my hands behind my back and I go up on my tiptoes my parents used to call it flapping my wings. As an adult, I don't do that anymore, obviously, unless I find a good view. But now I've kind of replaced it with tapping on things. It's the same kind of energy, right? Just way less obvious. Mostly because you get bullied for it. Crazy. I'm going to try and sort out a transfer for this guy that we can have in the back pocket just in case. He's got a 4 million release clause, which means we can get him cheaper than that. Let me try 3. 50 league games. That's a maximum of 300k. That's irrelevant. Let me just... put this up to 1 million. Because basically, he ain't going to get 10 Spain caps, and if he does, then it's worth it. This is more likely to happen, so we want to get less money on it. But it's essentially the same fee, but like structured more favourable to us. There we go. It's crazy that he's not played for them. I like him. Basically, it does say that he has... Hang on. Is it an increased risk of injury? Really? So why does it have injury proneness on there? Really in the Silly Goose? Maybe. I think basically having that in the back pocket in case Bauer leaves would be a nice little option for us. Since we were kind of eyeing him up for the last couple of streams, to be honest. This guy's a striker, but... honestly, there's no way this guy would be a suitable number 10 for us. If he's got a maximum of 11 acceleration, he's not going to get anywhere near where we need him to be. Right, random expensive Mexican guy. Love to see it. Ooh. Yeah, so with him, there's clearly some quality in certain areas, but we need to see what they actually are. Luckily, we should be able to do a bit more sensible scouting soon because we won't be just scouting hundreds of young Frenchmen. That reminds me, we need to get another scout today as well to try and speed things up a little bit. Eric Broom. It kind of sucks to me that he's not like a sweeper. That's the most disappointing thing about this entire thing. But this is what I mean. MLS tax is so high. I mean, where are you from? Let me guess. I'm probably from Sacramento, right? Bakersfield. Okay, fair enough. I'm good, Hazard. How are you, friend? Right, coffee done. Let's go. Yeah, he ain't for us. Overpriced Belgian. B- rated, though. Ooh. Oh, turns out we're already scouting this guy. Presumably from when we looked at Genk. In summer. Or probably young Genk, more likely. Very expensive. Ooh. 18-year-old Mexican at Sochaux, Tijuana. He's a determined man. But that's about all I can tell you on him. Alexander... Oh, wow. Loving that. I mean, I'm not loving that. I don't think I'd pay that. Obviously, no matter how good he is, I don't think I'd pay that. Mateus Alvarez. No more on him. New sign said, I don't think we've made any yet. We're in the process... Or have we? No, but I think we were about to do one, weren't we? We've got a couple of irons in the fire with Carapici, Mathluthi, and potentially Oscar, but Oscar's one is predicated on Bauer potentially leaving. Sampdoria want the Kraken. Oh, different guy. I thought that was Caroliero for a second, or whatever his name is. Get you off the pasta shortlist. Love to see it. Yeah. Ooh. Consider much negotiating terms. More appealing options elsewhere. You have more interest in FC Utrecht. Oh, okay. Players you sign. Hey, not every player we sign is for the first team, right? You have to throw numbers at it. The round £1 one. Was that the Myanmar guy? Basically, I tried to pull a fast one. Turns out he was crap. Luckily, basically, I signed a player for £1 last season, and he's now worth 30 million quid. So I thought I'd try and pull it again. Didn't work this time around. It's almost like this last time around I was shopping in Valenciennes. This time I was shopping in Myanmar. Slightly different quality of player, unfortunately. Mikey, thank you for the 17 months, my friend. I'll show you the other guy in a minute, though. So he has more interest in... How bizarre. I mean, I guess if he wants to, I'm not going to stop him. But, like, that is a bit weird. Because he looks quite decent. I'm just a bit worried about... I suppose I might as well at least lock into... Ooh, yeah. Is that going to work? Yeah, well, okay, cool. I mean, maybe he'll join Utrecht, but have they bid on him? Oh, I don't need to loan him back now, do I? Right, Oscar's accepted, which is fine. Breakthrough prospect, no loan, which is presumably because he expects to actually play quite a lot this year because he's a breakthrough prospect. His Spanishness is super helpful for us as well. You know, he probably would, but like... do you know, I don't know where they sit as far as the Eredivisie goes. They might well be further up than I think they are. I mean, they're no RZ. Get you on a deal as well. You've done a thing. From the pasta list you go. Well, that was quick. Hang on, what? Genk actually did it. The absolute mad lads. I don't know how they've done that, but they have. Have they suddenly found money? No. Hang on. Have they found money? That's so strange. So basically, for those who missed it, Genk spent the entire window delaying this loan on Caroliello because they couldn't afford him. I then cancelled... Basically, every time it came back, they just asked me for another week to delay it. It's been like 7 weeks. I then basically cancelled it entirely, offered him out to someone else, and now Genk came back in again, and now he is moving to Genk, but for more money. Well, you know what? On their head be it. This is none of my issue. Trolly, how's it going, man? Yeah, as for the £1 transfer from last year, well, this year's one was not particularly fruitful, sadly. This year's £1 transfer was this guy. I mean, not bad, but also kind of bad. But for Myanmar, like, you've got to put it in perspective. The reason I did that was because last year, there was this guy here, Vincent Champion from Valenciennes. He was basically listed at pretty much nothing. So I tried to offer them nothing for him, and they went, how dare you? So I negotiated with £1, and they went, sure. And this was the player that rocks up. Certainly one of the best investments I've ever made in Football Manager anyway. I've already... The decent ROI of 45 million %. Solid work. He's alright, yeah. Is he still in defensive positioning? I'm still a bit worried about some of his physicals, honestly, but he's still only 16. Like, he's already getting under 19 caps. They can get something in Euroland, I guess. I don't know, that sounds like a strange place. Literally, I'm that guy that bought pizza with Bitcoin in 2010 or something. How's his professionalism? We don't know. Because there's no obvious signs, because he's got outspoken and balanced. So balanced can be anything. Outspoken doesn't, I believe, hint at professionalism either. So we don't know what his professionalism is like. Most likely it's fairly mid. But either way, right, we come out on top. We could buy so many one-penny sweets. Not that they exist anymore. Can they change over time? Professionalism, I believe, sort of can. Maybe. Most of the time, it's one of those things where I think even if it can, it's probably, wow, okay. Even by a small amount, it's probably not worth the effort that it requires to actually make that happen, because I find that the main way that it would happen is through things like mentoring. The problem with that is all the unforeseen consequences mean that even if you get them one more point of professionalism, congratulations, your centre-back now shoots from distance. Like, to me, where it's like, it ain't worth the effort. I'd rather just buy the guy who has the professionalism in the first place for the most part than try to make him later. That's actually not that bad. Value's a little bit sus, but that's fine. He kept his, I say kept it, I think we knew that he had high potential, or at least had the 5 stars. At least he's got that. I like him. The question is, what do I want to work on? I think really technique is probably what he needs to work on. If he's going to play out wide and having that dribbling ability, he's going to need better technique. So ball control, I suppose. And by technique, I actually mean his like dribbling especially. But ball control hits technique as well. And I think just for the time being, and then maybe... Oh, actually, no, I'll tell you what, that's more important. Because this one will work way better. Ball control is hit and miss. This will work, and he needs to improve in all of those areas anyway, so I'll actually just whack him on that for the time being. What is his professionalism like? Resolute. Okay, good. So he has high professionalism, or at least decent professionalism. So that's he should actually develop quite nicely. I don't know if they do have a sell-on clause. They'll have some kind of miniature sell-on clause anyway, because you just, I think at that age you still get like that default like solidarity money thing anyway. So if I was to sell him for like 45 million quid, they'd probably make some good money out of the deal. Wait, is he not in the first team? Because I feel like he's probably good value to have as an option there. Or actually, would he be better off in the B team? Kind of crushing it down there. You know, I think for the time being, keep him in the B team. Let him cook down there. So Cariello's gone as well. He's dropped the lack of football concern. Have you? Wow. That's really surprising. So our budget's gone down a little bit. We've still got a load of wage budget, though. That'd be tremendous. Show me some more of your agents. Or your agent's offers. Oh, God. So he's got a work permit. I record him from his loan, only to send him back out on loan again. We're fine with that. 90 million quid. I remember Aaron and I did that during the FIFA E World Cup. We bought a player. And we, as part of the deal to buy him, because we couldn't afford him, we gave the club we were buying him from a 50% of next sale fee. And then because we couldn't afford the player's contract, we gave the player a 50% sell-on fee. So when we inevitably did sell this guy later down the line or whatever, 50% of the money went to the club that we bought him from, and the other 50% of the money went to the player. That stonks right there. But our logic was we didn't need it. Like, so we kind of just we knew that we weren't going to be playing that long, so we were like, right, we just need to exploit every single aspect of the game to get what we want, basically. Yeah, no, exactly. He did the job for us, basically. I can't remember who it was.
Do not hate me.
He was massive for us in that ridiculous Champions League run we did in Season 3, where we got to the Champions League final in the 3rd season with Dinamo Zagreb. I still can't believe we managed that. Some of the goals in that. So he's gone. 1.3 million. Scott Matthews, thank you for the follow. Oh, amazing. That's how you do a first-time chat, by the way. If anyone's wondering, that's how you do a first-time chat. How's it going, Scott? Thank you for the follow. You'll fit in fine here. You had me in the first half, and now I'm just disappointed. I was like, someone's being nice to me. Oh, shit. I can't delay it. Fuck it. I forgot we couldn't do that. Stepping him out of line. How dare you, Harv? You said worse to me that on a daily basis. Ah. Trips to the royalty. Yeah. Sign him anyway. The problem... Do we just look at it like an investment in when Bauer does leave, most likely next summer? We're just buying one of the many replacements for him a year early because we can afford to do it. Because I feel like he's the kind of player we'd end up buying again next year anyway, and he might be worth more money then. It's not like he expects to play. Like, he's got breakthrough prospects, so he'll be fine with not playing this year. Kraken's rejected the loan from Sampdoria. Amazing. Actually, I have interest, bud. It's deadline day. Ooh. Yes, no, I'm very happy with that. That's actually really, really solid. You are in the first team. No, you're not, right? You are going to be in the first team. What do I put you on, then? What are we even saying? No, you're actually just kind of really good there as well, aren't you? Final third, you're probably not going to need that, are you? No, you're kind of good there too. Ooh. We probably could work on his finishing, actually. It's rare that we need to at this stage, but it would help his... To be fair, getting him slightly better long shots too probably isn't... I even arrives late in opponent's area. Tackling, not possible, unfortunately. I wish that it was, but sadly we can't improve his... 9's actually not bad, to be fair. Right, we got Oscar in... Nice. Okay, good. Good. I was about to do so. Oh, yeah, I was going to just look to see if we can... Actually, do I even want the Kraken at this point? Can't hurt to ask. Oh, apparently it can hurt to ask, in fact. Wait a minute. The logic to it, I have no logic to it. It's just FM. Basically, a tackling as an attribute will almost... I call it a static attribute. It's not totally a glacial attribute. I'm not going to run through that video again. Point is... it will improve by at most 1 over the course of a player's entire career. Even if they're a defender and you're training everything possible to do with the role they're playing, you'll see it go up by like 1. Maybe on a guy that's got like 200 PA and you've got so much room to work with, you could maybe get it to go up 2, but it's basically just not an attribute that moves at all. Natural fitness is another one that's a bit like that. Missing the icons, really? What, like emotes? Or is it like the sub icons? Because Twitch can be weird sometimes. We actually don't have anyone from Tenerife on loan. Flair too. Maybe. Flair's not one of those attributes I've ever really focused on, so you're probably right, but I have no knowledge of it. But yeah, you're almost certainly correct on that one too. It'd be a bit weird if suddenly one player just woke up one day and went, actually today I feel sassy, and suddenly their flair was huge. Normal transfer. I don't know if I want that though, because I don't really want to spend the 5... I'd rather have the option of 5 million on the end when you consider that he's got a value of... How much is that loan actually going to cost? It's not a lot. I think it'd just be useful to have him around the club. Because I think, honestly, at 22, he's probably unlikely to be the guy that we want long term. I'd rather develop my own guy. But having him and Conan this year would allow us more time to find the guy that we want. The chat box above your camera. Oh, really? I think you have to have something installed to see that. So basically, I think it's called, oh, Christ, like Better TTV, maybe? It adds extra emotes like KEKW, LUL. There's a few others as well, like global emotes that aren't technically part of the main Twitch set, I think. 7TV, yeah. I set it up years ago because people wanted like some of the other ones. Yeah, I think Better TTV is the one or BTTV is the one I use. I used it, set up years ago. Building a nation to do loans. Not France, but not that you'd want to do France anyway, but that is pretty much off the list because of the way that they have actually implemented the FIFA rules. The best ones, they really are still Ireland, but they start really low. Poland and Hungary. Poland and Hungary are like the 2 absolute kings. 7 TVs. What if I want to start... What if I want to figure out who killed the radio star? It's going to take me a while, right? I've never done Bulgaria, to be fair. Oh, really? To be fair, I set this up in 2020, drunk. So, why did I call you drunk? AJ makes way more sense than drunk. Hi, drunk. Yeah, so I set up in 2020 when I first started streaming, and I kind of just... I'm one of those people that will do a thing once and then forget about it. Like a mafia don, you know? Gibraltar, yeah, isn't that because it's got some weird stuff coded in that like makes it scale quite well? Do you know what? For 245k, his attributes are better than his stars, I would say. He is a Tunisian mercenary who's inconsistent, but he works for the team. Bulgak of the Kraken. We're in the process of signing a dude on loan from Tenerife. His name actually isn't the Kraken. It's just that was his nickname at Tenerife. But we know that he's a really hard-working ball-winning midfielder with insane work rate. Harv did not. Although, with apparently the league is coming back this week, so Harv may well get his chance. Don't know exactly which day it's going to be. I mean, if it isn't today, which it clearly isn't, or tomorrow, then I will be having to find a substitute anyway, so... because I won't be able to do it Thursday night. As I have to basically get off stream and go run a half marathon. Naturally. Just normal Thursday behaviour. You can, in fact, be registered, can't you? Because of the wonders of Tunisia. You're not even in our first team. Never mind. Because of the wonders of Tunisia. I kind of forgot about Quebec. Yeah, I think you can do a lot of stuff. In a network, the best way to do a building a nation would be a network one. That's the dream, is the way to do it like that. Get 4 of you or something. Or even just 2 of you, but 4 of you especially would be insane in a smaller league. Save recommendations. It's tough, Paris, because like what I enjoy is a save like this, but this might not be the sort of thing that appeals to you personally. It's tomorrow. If it's Wednesday, that's totally fine. I can do that. But yeah, if it was Thursday, I'd have to find a substitute. No, it's not over. It could potentially be back. Some said it was washed. But in fact, turns out we just had a nice shower and we're all good now. Oh, mate, can you imagine? I probably just want to avoid drawing more attention to that nonsense, to be honest. Right, okay, so that's the thing, Vap. I think we've zeroed in on the options for you. What you need is a journeyman that has more strict requirements. That's why I like this save, because I can't just go and manage Barcelona. I have no choice but to work my way up and potentially even work my way down at times as well. By the fact that I'm not allowed to manage any team that's ever been in a European final, it really restricts the teams at the higher levels that you can manage. And with the additional... Oh, he's kind of cool. With the additional caveat of not being able to... Oh, that's actually quite a long time. That's actually a really long time. That's like half an hour. Please unban him. I need his tactical input from time to time. To the people. So this is what I was worried about making you mod. Oh dear. But yeah, that's the reason. Wanted 30 for lunch. Oh, did he? So I actually wasn't reading chat. I legitimately wasn't reading chat at that point. I was too busy baffling all about bloody journeyman saves. The minutes of him getting mod. This is very true, but you deserve it. To be fair, so does Anarith. Oh no, if he needed 30 for lunch, that's fine. Crack on. It's just like a new thing. You can get banned for 30 minutes for lunch. Like, Matt, I really need to do some work. Can one of your mods ban me for half an hour so I can quickly go finish this meeting? Turns out Harv actually does have a purpose. Today we learned. Francisco Rojas. Well, some of these players are actually quite good. Oh, I saw the second nationality and I thought maybe we were in luck there. I love those options though. Get the washing in. You want to be careful though, because I think this only applies to permabans, but if any streamers have got shared ban lists, it could ban you in other chats. But I think that only applies to like permabans. These aren't really bans even, they're just timeouts, aren't they? Yeah, it's exactly what I was thinking, Andrew. Because I don't personally share any ban lists, I don't think. Although I think Millie might have shared me with one at one point. But yeah, I think it's fine. I don't think timeouts apply to that. Wow, it's 2 guys from the same club. Can't wait to find out more about them in a year's time. You get banned at time. I don't believe they do, no. And even if they did, I think I could just give it to them back again. For a price. Great name, by the way. Laureano Centurion. I've always wanted a really good player called Centurion. Hello, hello, Harv. Hello, Hadrian. Harv's gone mad with power. That and I've done 1100 team reports. How's your day going? Oh, it's a Przemysław. We like a... Oh, wow, she's quite good. 5 minutes between the VODs. Hey, you know what that means, Harv, in 5 minutes' time? Brain check command to time yourself up for 5 seconds. That's really clever. I didn't even know you could do that. The closest I've gone into, like, the really deep Twitch stuff, as far as, like... Oh, yeah, Urich we decided against because he lost so much of his PA. That's why he needs to probably come off the shortlist, honestly. was, do you remember when I mean, it still can technically turn that on, when I had the ability for chat to trigger like scenes and stuff inside OBS, that took an awful lot of coding. I stole that from Frost Prime. I say stole it in the sense that I saw him do it and go, how the hell did he manage that? And then just tried to figure out how to make that happen. Got them in the end. And on Malta one. Ah, yes. So for some reason in this save, Sirens are in Gozo. Basically, the Maltese League in this save is utterly effed. Sirens have been playing in Gozoton. Half the teams in the main league are from Gozo as well. Like, some of the recent winners of the Gozoton leagues are Nashar, Gzira United. Sirens are there as well. And there's also a team called Kalkari United in the top flight, which is wild to me. Yeah, I assume I just used... I probably imported Timo's one, just never actually turned it on. That'll be my guess, because obviously I didn't see the point in us having Malta switched on in this save, because we just weren't going to use it. A 3 million is quite a bit from them. What about Ivan Jahic? He's very specific, but we have just signed that Swedish Kosovan dude. John West. That's the older... You should see this bloke, Salmon. His brother Fred, not a nice guy. Gotta say. Oh, so the Kraken is apparently just joining us on loan. Nice. Baking cookies, you love to see it. I still haven't got around to baking those blondies I was promising people. Things have just got in the way lately. I need a day where oh no, I'll do it next week when Pog's not here. Oh, excuse me. Just playing guitar there. Yeah, the generalized ones, I mean, that's why our original Mortal database, I think people enjoyed so much, because the amount of love that went into it and the amount of research and testing. We had like double-digit people testing that database. It was incredible. And even then, we still had some little... To be fair, the only issue we had with it was nothing outside of... It was completely outside of our control. And we even fixed that. I'm not going to try and sell Bauer, because I don't think that would actually work with him. It was a case of like... I think, honestly, the Kraken on loan for a year is just good depth, if nothing else. Let's actually look at it and see what his attributes are like these days. He's a very capable ball-in midfielder, honestly. Exactly. I think there are parts of that as well, Jade, but the way that Hadrian did it was cherry-pick some really useful things and then just made it crazy good. And then obviously wrote those enormous guides to show people how they could do it in their own leagues, which I thought was really awesome. But yeah, I'm not going to try... Basically, there's no way we're going to be able to fulfill the goalkeeping promise. It just isn't going to happen. We can't... We've already signed 2 goalkeepers and taken one back from loan. Nothing works. And I don't think I'll actually be able to sell the Bauer, because the team that wants him is Wolves, and they actually don't have the money, as far as I can tell, to bid on him at the moment. Yeah, so unless their other options fall through... Star player, we've already tried that. We've signed a random goalkeeper who had high world rep. Didn't work. We signed a random goalkeeper and gave him star player. Didn't work. We also recalled a really highly rated young player from loan. Didn't work. It's a shame. Blacklisted. The only reason that would happen, Rob, is if that streamer and I had a shared ban list, and I don't have any shared ban lists as far as I know. So that shouldn't be an issue. The only way that sometimes that would affect you is occasionally, and I don't think I've seen this for a while, sometimes people will have like a Banner Vader banner around their name. You don't have one, by the way. Harv would not have seen this yet, but you will see it eventually, Harv. You'll see a random person in chat who you're like, hang on, that's a person I really know and recognize. And they'll just have like possible Banner Vader written around them. It's the strangest thing. I don't think there's any way out of it, unfortunately. I think it is just one of those FM black holes that once you step in it, and not that we had a choice anyway, we were just going to fall down to it. Which is really unfortunate. But oh, is it really? I was going to sell someone. It's not a question of that. It's the fact is there's only one club that's interested in the player. Once you start asking agents and stuff, the value of the deal will just go lower and lower and lower. Because what you're essentially saying is, I want to get rid of this player, therefore everyone knows you want to get rid of them, so they'll offer you less money. The best scenario you want is when they're trying to pry them away from you. But in actuality, you do want to sell. They just don't know that. So yeah, they're actually playing in the second tier over in Denmark right now. Not going well for the B93 boys, unfortunately. Masiera, thank you for the follow. The competent hands of Harv. It's fine, Inferno will be around at some point. The rest are all Jinjo's butts? Jinjo's bots? Got them in it. Yeah, it's not going great for them either, honestly. But B93 are doing an even worse job.
My car.
It's not about the top flight. Presumably it's the usual suspects. Yeah. Dylan Tuhig, thank you for the follow. Watching new ones. Yeah, no, I don't think it has any effect unless there's shared ban lists. But like, I try to avoid that because I like to make my own judgments on people, right? That's generally how I tend to play it. Ooh, hello. Another rat. He's quite expensive. What have I Fire Nord? Cool. You're definitely one to scout. Hopefully he doesn't move to Fire Nord this window. Best team we can still manage in this save. I don't actually know. I guess Mainz is probably the best team we can manage in this save. For 4 months. Yeah, see, the issue with me is that, not that I don't have backups, it's just that the team don't think I do have backups, which is very frustrating. They basically kicked off about our lack of depth in goal, which makes no sense when our starter is excellent, and we have a youngster as a backup. It's just, I think basically it's just the game going, hey, we're going to annoy you for absolutely no reason. Joe Davies. English-Norwegian at Lillestrøm. Okay, I like you. Like Brighton. Brighton, I believe, are off the list. I'm pretty certain Brighton have been to a European final in this save, possibly a Conference League. Yeah, no, they won a Europa League in 2032. So that wasn't even the Conference League. They've actually won it. They've been in the Champions League in this save. Mainz, I think, is probably the biggest, though. Oh, sure. You can take him. Cremonese on a loan for Oscar. Wait, hang on. Hang on, what? You cheeky bastards. That's remarkable. I've signed this guy on deadline day. Cremonese have tried to make a loan with an option through that is a third of the value that I paid for him 4 hours ago. That is absolute nonsense. What? They're like, I know you've just signed this guy for £3 million, but wouldn't it be cool if you'd loaned him to me for a season and then I bought him off you for £1 million? No? That's crazy. I nearly fell for it. Who's this guy? Hodzic. Nah, he's not that good. It's very Facebook Marketplace, isn't it? Yeah. Well, the thing is, I'm so used to accepting these. Hang on, what's happening here? Are you trying to pull a fast one on me as well? They actually are, but I'm okay with this one going off because we've brought some other players in now. That means that actually selling McCary wouldn't be the worst idea in the world anyway, so I will let that happen. We do need to improve in that transfer logic. Yeah, for 100%. If it'll stop... What? Oh, FM's fun sometimes, isn't it? Just to clarify, I've just accepted a loan with an option to buy in it. 25 minutes later, he's like, why haven't you sold me? Sean, give your head and wobble, sir. Seriously considering his next move. Gee, could that move be on loan by any chance? Oh, Jesus Christ. Rob, thank you very much for the 17 months as well. That's very kind of you, friend. Literally, it's can you give it to me for free? It's the Vinted approach. There's definitely some areas that FM needs to have a look at, but they are kind of just funny after a while. But that one is, it's when they come along so close together. Right, any other new stuff? So Fiorentina have got Larson Lisa. He's rejected a loan. Now he's agreed to go on loan anyway. Well, that solves that problem, I suppose. Any new offers from agents? Ooh. Blas Villalba. Okay, sure. Apparently knows something about you. I don't know how. I presume it's from these new reports we're getting through. Another couple of guys here. Ooh, you're B-. These guys are... I always find they're a bit dangerous because you never quite get the potential out of them. Yes, we do need another scout, actually. Good point. It won't affect us now, but we should probably sort that out. I think we have another scout slot, right? Yes, we do. Right, cool. I know we've got some other coaching stuff to sort out too, but that's a story for another day. I probably should sign some physios at some point. Right, okay. I just want a guy who's good for the time being. Ideally, if he's got like... Ooh. What do I want? This guy's 18 and... Kevin Cruikshank is 18. And 18 adaptability. Not that that matters. But he is unemployed, which means he's probably going to want... Oh. Okay. Fuck it, why not? I think after that, though, map men all the way. 8 is probably enough. Or was it 6? Still, it's probably enough for us to get on with, and then we can map men the rest. Money you get from reaching Europa League. I believe it is... I don't think it actually tells you this, does it? I genuinely can't remember. It probably does say on the screen, actually. It's a good amount of money. I think Europa League is like 4 or 5 million, maybe? Or 3 at least. Conference League is like 2.5 million. Plus you obviously get wins, money for wins inside that as well. It's weird that it doesn't say on that screen when you consider that it says literally everything else. Ooh, another Wadi Degler dude. Are they just like... This guy's only 18 as well. It's another right back. It's a good amount. But you get like a flat fee for getting to the group stage as well, which is where the majority of your... Especially if you're a smaller side, that's where the big money comes from. That was the Conference League, that one. But you get like a flat lump sum for getting into it as well, which is like... I think it's 2.5 million for the Conference League and like 3.5 to 4 million for the Europa. And there's like 12 for the Champions League. That's where you get your big money from when you're doing that kind of save, basically. Yeah, that's the thing. Even if you lose every single game when you get there, Tizzy, which you probably won't, it's a good looking player, to be fair. If he can play up top, we can send him to Nantes in a year. Problem solved. But yeah, that's a huge step in any save, is getting to Europe for that first time and actually get into a group stage, because it's so fruitful in terms of the money you get out of it anyway. Right. Thabang Sarah. You leave Sarah alone. Napoli will get there first. Yeah, exactly. Atanas Georgiev. Billy McConnell. Still quite expensive. And you we've looked at before, I'm guessing. Wow. If we were looking for a quite a slow striker, he'd be my guy. Who? Oh, Holly. Bay Hudson has just handed in a transfer request at Fiorentina. It's all kicking off in Serie A. Union Berlin. Now, I think they were actually in a little bit less debt last time we checked. God, I was just praising you in the Patreon Regen recap. Oh, their captain's an Albanian dude. They've also... Oh, I thought his name was Dogvan. That would have been better. So their money at the moment... They have earned it back a little bit now. Their net debt is now only £144 million. Well... Like 150 million. So it's come down slightly. They still owe an obscene amount of money, but it's a lot less of an obscene amount of money than it was before when they were close to...
This isn't where I park
they were
my
nearly
car.
at like 200 million at one point, weren't they? Rayola. Hopefully that's pronounced correctly. Thank you for the follow. That's a song request. Nice to see it. Oh, wrong button. There we go. Yeah, I don't think you're finding a move. There's a guy called Wim Jacobs in there as well. Also, shout out to Carlos van der Pijl. Oh, he's going to be playing in our league soon at this rate. One of the things I'd like to see in 26 is just more ways to play football available to you. Like, you remember a couple of years ago, they were just like, oh yeah, you can do Catenaccio now. And it's like, you just kind of can't. Or if you do, it will always be overrun whenever you play against a team that can high press. I would like the option to actually be more defensive in games and have it be a tactic you can use properly. That would be so sick. Wow, there's so many players just on this last little... Bloody hell. Just dumping them all in there. Old Kit, thank you for the follow. From the Arrow. Do you know what? His name just suddenly got like 10 times cooler because of that. I thought his name was Julian Matto there. Guzman. We're not going to hear much about these guys for a while anyway. Patrick Harrison. God, Columbus crew have clearly had a bit of a golden generation, haven't they? At least, yeah, it'd be nice to be able to be a team that actually wants to play counter-attack. And like have that be a viable option for you. How sick would that be? Niv Kriaf? Ah, let's look at the stars. I'm a star man. Bruno Alvarez. Oh, Bruno. Hey, he's fast. He could be... Ooh, very nice. How cheap is Bruno? Ah, he's still a bit expensive. Hang on. He's E-rated. This guy is E-rated. I'd love to know why. Makes more tactics viable. The problem with the match engine mods is that most of them make the matches look like shit. And I'm still not sure I entirely believe that they actually do make more tactics viable. I've just... So far, to this point, I've still not seen anything that makes me want to use them because they just, for me, change too much. They do too much. And I think there's so many of them now, it's just hard to know kind of what works and what don't. Rough star rating. Really? What, even on guys I have no knowledge of? Oh, yeah. That's weird. Duvas looks very good, but he is very expensive. If anything, he'd have been a better guy to get than Oscar, to be honest. Maybe I should have sold him to Cremonese all along. I see what you mean. I think that a lot of the problem with FM as well is the way that roles... They'll have certain roles in the game, but then generate very few players that are actually capable of playing said role. So most players come through in a certain position with like 1 or 2 different role options for them, really. It's like, hey, you're a winger. Hey, you're an inside forward. There's just less of the more niche options out there for the most part. You very rarely find like advanced wingers. Like advanced playmaker wingers coming through. I use Teimo's databases. While not perfect, they offer me the most sort of complete options for the whole of Europe, basically. Defense or dude? Oh, Jesus. Let me just scroll down a bit so you can see. I just don't believe that. He just looks so good. Makes things better. It's going to make things different, and sometimes different is better, right? If you're used to the same thing all the time. Sometimes a change is as good as a rest in many ways. But for me, with a few exceptions, I actually really like the way that the current match engine is. The biggest thing being the second phases of set pieces. That is 100% probably the most annoying thing at all. No Officer McCary. Is it because he was already loaned to someone else? Asking for a friend. Give me the round door. To be fair, even if they were an actual round door, they wouldn't work anyway, would they? I've still never managed to get them to work. I was so excited the first year when they brought that role in, just because Sessegnon actually did play like that for Fulham. Tried it, just couldn't get it to work at all. I doubt SI would ever do that. I think SI are pretty against anything to do with generative AI. I'm pretty certain that obviously they'll use some other kinds of AI in terms of other areas, but I doubt they'll be using generative stuff in FM. Just because they'd get absolutely shat on if they did. I would like to see some changes to player interactions, and I don't think you'd need to use that to make that work. If anything, that would actually make the game worse, because then the game would start to hallucinate itself. Which, in a way, would be incredibly funny, but I don't think it would be the most cohesive experience 20 years into the save. That the press conferences are like hallucinating footballers that never existed. In a way, they're kind of doing that already. If you sell the goalkeeper, maybe. And Bauer will be even more unhappy. Yeah, I'll let that happen. I just think it needs a better logic flow. Or at the very least, have one overarching interaction system that encompasses everything and is able to actually speak to each other when you promise something. Because it feels like a lot of the time there's different mechanics going on at the same time that are all sort of walled off from each other. Oh. Waited too long for the work permit. Don't know why. Because the work permit was granted there. Why did they wait half an hour? Silly. Oh yeah, I mean, Weird FM would pop off. Yeah. That would be, I'd like that as a really rare option to actually have that permanently in there. So the game could be self-aware. Have it so that it's ridiculously rare. I personally would like that. A lot of people would absolutely hate that. Which is honestly why I'd like it more. I was on the podcast the other night talking about, by the way, that's happened. Doing like wish list stuff with the FM show guys. And that one of the things we were talking about was once again my sort of flavor text thing that I want and the sort of rare injuries. So Pious Orgy has just moved for £65 million. You couldn't have paid 4 more million. Oh yeah, sorry, if you've missed it, this is a real player. That is his actual name, Pious Orgy. And it wasn't Napoli. Good point. He's been around a lot. I like the fact that he's just committed firmly to the no hair look. To be fair, I'm like that. I find new things all the time. There was something I had. What was it last stream? Oh, it was the delayed loans from the other team. ADOS assessment. What's that, James? Forgive me, I'm not super clued up. Hurley really gets stuck in. Don't he just? Or anything. I suspect you're right on both counts. I feel like it's one of those things where every feature and change in FM is going to be rated as far as like a priority list. And I feel like that sort of stuff is lower down the priority list. So it may start higher, but constantly gets pushed down. And maybe because they've known the whole move to Unity for a while, that stuff will presumably have to be rebuilt to a certain extent. So maybe they were just waiting for that, honestly. Oh, is it? Okay. Hopefully that went well for you, man. Had your road save yesterday? No way. Bit of confirmation bias for the boys. For the boys. Yeah, that's Pious Orgy, everybody. But resources is also a thing, right? Because it's... SI are not a small company, but they're also not like a massive company at the same time. So it is just a question of development resources a lot of the time, right? Innocent Orgy. Yeah, that's totally possible. Innocent... Even worse would be the fact that Teenage is a name that you can have as a first name in FM. Now, I don't know if it would work with the cross-pollination of the name pools, because I'm pretty certain Teenage is a name that's only available in the Zimbabwe name pool. What? Well, okay then. Didn't realise there was teams with it in there. Club Teenage. Suspicious. In the hidden file. It could be, but I always delete that file. Because who doesn't want the possibility of these names? Second part of it, just glad it was up. No, that's awesome, man. You did well to get through that. Congratulations. I don't know what the next steps are there, though, but as long as things are going well for you, man, that's the most important thing. Oob in the team chat work. Absolute chaos. Amazing. All the vowels in your name with... My first name would just be Moob. With some like silent, like German style T's on the end of it. Nisa beating your arm, that's fine. Possibly. Whoever the Maldivian P. Diddy is. Booby hoops. Basically, James, we've picked up a couple of guys on deadline day, which has now elapsed. We were hoping to maybe sell a couple. But the main, in fact, we've got 3 guys. We got Dardan Karapici, who I just really quite like. Think for the future, obviously, for £3 million. Oscar for £3 million, rising to 4, mostly because we thought we might potentially lose Bauer, so we wanted to sign a replacement immediately. We then also picked up this dude, Yassine Mathlouthi, from a Tunisian club. Wanted to try and get him out on loan, but St Mirren were being bastards. And also, we got the Kraken on loan, because cheap. Start the save. It varies, but I believe at the moment, I can't remember what it was at the start of the save, but right now we're at 277,000, which I can assure you is more than we started with. A shared name pool, there is, but it would be incredibly long-winded. Hadrian would know how to do it, but basically, the way that you can affect name pools is to use officials. So, oh, here we go. I mean, the guy's a fucking idiot. The best part is, he will give up this. He'll suddenly be happy with this again later in the season when Kilaza just randomly develops one step. A loan move for him. Brother, I tried. You... Bloody Gen Z. Bloody Gen Z. Just too impatient. But yeah, so you can do it through the officials. Basically, you make referees, and then you can add to the name pool like that, and that's one of the ways that Hadrian's added fun names to the names pools in his saves, I believe. Shazam with a new look. Pretty much, yeah. I think what will actually likely happen with the Bauer situation is that he will just randomly get over it at some point, and we really do need him to, because that is silly. It's crazy that all that came about, and I was actually considering selling him. He's not even been that good this year either. He's been a regular dropper of stinkers. Speed of the game. Yeah, it 100% slows the game down. But I'm okay with that because I yap so much that it's less noticeable. If I was playing this offline, for example, when I'm doing stuff offline for this, even just going between matches and like an international break, it does take a little while. But because I yap so much on stream, it's just a little bit less noticeable that it takes longer to process. And I think that's because we are at least actually playing all the games, whereas, for example, with Sirens, despite the fact the database moved a lot faster, more free money. Because we were playing games more infrequently, it still kind of had the exact same effect. Never hear from Mallory these days. Yeah, Mallory's a good lad. He's just learning his role, doing bits. Wow, Leela actually defending their title quite impressively there in fairness. Right, sick. Little Halves, yeah, you don't want to let him near that. Maybe we'll get some funky names in the name pool for the Polish name pool next year. Maybe we can get Cold Slaw Greg in there. I hear he's a good lad. Also, presumably this guy's... Oh no, he's Italian-Romanian. Of course he is, with the surname like knowledge. PSG will... I mean, PSG scored over 100 goals last season and didn't win the league, which is just fun for me. Wait, Don moved to Southampton? I swear he went to Millwall. Well, okay then. we kind of need to pull ourselves out of this little slumpy slump at the start of the season, because... There we go, another scout. We were a bit harshly done by, I think. Like, we didn't deserve to beat PSG, I suppose, but we certainly should have got more points against Paris and Lyon. Those two 1-0s, a little bit concerning. Depay, I think, is it Bordeaux? No, it can't be Bordeaux, is it? Oh, it's Lens. He's been managing Lens for the last 2 seasons. He actually had a 7-year spell at Anderlecht. He's been around a little bit. I think PSG started slow last season as well. They deserved to win the league on XG, but Lille just kept winning games. I think one of the biggest issues we're going to have in this remainder of this save is trying to compete with Paris Saint-Germain, just on a pure like budgetary level. I'd be curious to see how that stacks up, actually. That's player detail. Oh, no, it isn't. So they're spending £250 million a year on wages. We're spending 17. Even if we were to get up to like 12th place on this list, we'd still be 10 times less on wages than what they are. It's actually heinous how much they're spending. We're actually one of the lowest wage spenders in the league, so we're doing at least good on that side of things. We're not overspending ourselves. That will obviously start to creep up in the coming years. Oh, he's unemployed these days. He was sacked by Girona. To the manager shortlist you go. He's had a nice time. Well, not recently he hasn't, but he was having a nice time. He was even the Dutch manager. And yeah, Utrecht and Atalanta, Herenveen. He's been all over the shop. I kind of like that for him. With Harvey as a surname. Can I interest you in Harvey Elliott? I've literally done the Harvey thing again. Monaco has no tax. I don't know how the game really interprets those things. Harvey Elliott is a free agent, by the way, chat. We need to investigate that in a minute. That's definitely something to look at. There's Jordan Harvey, Aidan Harvey, Chris Harvey, Stuart Harvey, Mark Harvey, Billy Harvey, Colin Harvey, Kenville Harvey. Don't mind a bit of that. Justin Harvey. Oh, naughty. Stevie Harvey. Kevin Harvey. Oh, yeah. There's a lot of Harveys. Like a lot of Harveys. 100 million in debt. Wow, that seems like a relatively low amount of debt for PSG. I have to look at Harvey Elliott. Oh, he's retired. That's weird. It says free agent. I assume he must have literally just retired. Because I was thinking, wouldn't it be fun to just randomly grab a 36-year-old Harvey Elliott? Usually when a player's retired, it doesn't have their positions on there. No just in time. That is incredibly disappointing, to be fair. Now that we know that that's even a name. But from your timeout, how was lunch? Yeah, those last little... To be fair, that Swansea team is a bit of a weird one. Because they've just been promoted to the Premier League and had like... Well, they've got one of the Patreon regens. Or have they been promoted to the Premier League? Oh, they've been relegated from the Premier League, I believe. In fact, Spurs might be after... Ooh, great start for Leeds. And Spurs loving the triple-barreled names. Vaughan Orsi-Dodomo and Murat Chanchekin, who's actually trying to leave. Tenerife 2 debut? Wait, that was his debut? As in the guy that we had on loan in the first season here. Christ. That's some slow-ass development. I think we just keep the same lineup, don't we? Or do we... Oh, no, we bring back in Velazzi. Let's swap those two over again. Do I start the Kraken instead of Conan? I'm tempted, you know. He's the guy. Shazzy started the season quite poorly too. Bauer's ratings, other than that one good performance, the rest of his have been genuinely awful, which is a bit of a concern. Only had 4-star potential, and they paid 1.4 million for him. You love to see it. Is there anyone I need to bring onto the bench potentially? As long as you've kept hold of Fiston. I guess Bashir could come in instead of Samabali. Conan should probably be there. Oh no, I'll keep Deji on the bench actually, because... Yeah, I'll keep Deji on the bench because he can play multiple positions. Just useful to have that versatility, I think. Hello, Ashish. Right, this is a tough one, but we haven't actually scored an away goal this season, so that would be nice if we could just start by doing that. They've also got Wirapong in the midfield. Things you'd love to see. And Aquivaldo Caesar. Spelt like that too. Tremendous. God, I miss the 12-man benches. 9 just still doesn't feel like enough to me. Elak Chowi's actually started really well this season. I'm hoping that the Kraken can be... Because Conan hasn't looked especially good either. And I feel like having someone like the Kraken next to Velasquez for this season could be the exact thing that we need to allow him to flourish a little bit. Did we get... To be fair, we weren't in Italy long enough to get a taste of their subs benches further up. We only did Serie C. I'm honestly not sure we had enough players to fill a 15-man sub bench or whether they even have that. I like a good 12-man bench. I still won't put a goalkeeper on a 12-man bench. Do you know what? Maybe at 15-man bench, I'd consider putting a goalkeeper on. Or I'd put Sven on the bench. These are the options. Right, please play better. Please score an away goal. Like, I don't think we're in any real danger of relegation this year, but this might be one of those years like that second season at Tenerife where I just committed to some of the younger players, let them develop, and then over the course of the year, they just started to chef a little bit. Yeah, the lower league England is painful, especially with the fixture congestion you get. Like, I have an 8th tier save on the go, and it's like you get a tiny bench, tiny squad, and 3 games a week half the time. It's terrifying. With all those, like, crazy, like, what's it called? The Isuzu Trophy and shit like that. And then the cups within the cups. Wow, just going to let him run all the way through, are we? Awesome. Wow, we actually did just let him run all the way through the defence. That's great work, lads. Real good there. Fucking hell. That's a little bit horrifying when they can pick the ball up basically in the centre circle. And, like, what is this guy doing? Why is like Chowie come so far out of his own defensive position on the wrong side as well? So bizarre. In non-league, I mean, you kind of do, because most of the time the players are on non-contracts, right? It's never been an issue for me of budget. It's more been an issue of just not being allowed to put them on the bench. It also makes it harder to blood young players, I find, because you end up resisting putting them on the bench because they're taking a space up that could be for someone that can actually make an impact. We are overplaying it a little bit in our own penalty area here, but if this works out, then this is going to look genius. Anderson, come on. Ooh, okay. Right, let's build now. Velasquez bringing it out from the back. We've got bodies forward. Anderson's one of them. We need a good run from Twiston. Oh, you got ping it through. There's loads of options. There it is. It's Bauer. Oh, my lord, man. Oh, he's offside anyway, but my god. He has to do better with that. Twiston should have released that pass sooner, but Bauer, he's got to do better with that. Right, here we go again. He's offside, presumably. It's a red card. Bello's about to get sent off. First half red card for Bello, and he's gone. Bauer has at least won us a red card and a really dangerous opportunity there. Also, was that a second yellow or was that a straight red? To me, that should be a straight red card. He's literally tackled him when he's nearly about to enter the penalty area and shoot. That's literally Dogso. Ah, Vogso's... Yeah, that has to be a straight red. The game's really bad at that. I mean, not that it matters he's off the pitch anyway, but like, it matters in the future. Because remember, if he wasn't on the booking, he'd have stayed on the pitch. Yeah, I think the Herbert train is very much pulling out of the station towards Nonsense Fest. Right, we've got a second half on our hands here. Old Mad Jack, thank you for the 64 months. That is mental. Thank you, friend. That's super duper nice. That might be the longest possible substreak we actually have. Hello, Oxarin. Right, so second half is just going to be... I'll go attacking in the second period because we want to take more risks. 10-man OP, yeah, worries me a little bit. PS5 any good? I've never played it. I am considering for next season, for 26, maybe trying to get a console version just so I can actually answer these questions myself. Maybe even make a bit of content around it from time to time. But, yeah, I actually don't know. Is anyone in chat a console player? So they can not score in Slovakia. Hey, they're an equal opportunist not scoring team. Right. Let's try... We're just going to go attacking for the second period. Go more aggressive, throw some bodies forward. It will allow, I feel like, Stoyan to make a lot more forward runs. Yeah, it's obviously going to be more diluted. But it seems to have a reasonably large market share these days, which is pretty cool. This is an opportunity for us. Like, let's just go and score. Yeah, I thought Swiston had kind of hit the ground running again, but now he seems to have fallen off a little bit. Oh, what a... Okay, you can't really do much about that. That is an unbelievable save from their goalie. I just want to see a score and away goal. Frankly, that was a huge opportunity. He's kind of done all he can there. Shasley's ball in. Cleared away again. I think this is hopefully going to be a second half of us peppering them with chances, but we do need to score one. Like, we've not scored in our last 2 games. We are due several goals. And I just hope that we can get them all in this game. Swiston is staying neutral in this match. Very much so. I'm feeling like Bright or Saji off the bench could be a useful function for us as well. Stoyan should be getting so much space today. How are we not... Lads, can we, like, score an away goal? I beg of you. Just score an away goal. Shazzy's been shit again. We're not going to score, are we? We're going to lose again with 10 men. Sorry, with 11 men. 2 10 men. Lads, are you actually serious right now? Any chance of showing anything against a 10-man team? Are we just not allowed to score from away from home? We're going to go a penalty now, aren't we? What a tackle from Velasquez. Unfortunately, this probably is going to be them scoring a goal because... Yeah, this is worrying. You don't want to lose too many in a row because of the morale. Right, here we go. Breakaway chance. Osaji, bring it down. Here we go. Come on. Oh, for goodness sake. Oh, my life. This is the sort of... Right, okay, come on, lads. How are we losing the ball like that? Fucking useless pricks. I hate those, like, bad touches. What's his first touch? It's only 12. What a pathetic display. So that's now 3 games in a row that we've lost 1-0 that we didn't deserve to lose. And now 4 out of our 6 games we've not scored a goal in. Absolute useless pricks. Jesus Christ. Oh well, we go again. I don't think it's that. I just think that they're not taking their chances. It's crazy that they couldn't create anything against 10 men, though. That is worrying, particularly with that narrow system. It should have been a case of just ball down the outside, which is how it's set up anyway. But they just don't do it. I feel like obviously with 10 men, other teams go really deep and defensive. But in that system, you can't really defend that defensive because it's so narrow. So we have the whole wings to ourselves. Good Lord. Now I am a bit more worried about relegation. Jesus Christ. It's not going great, Inferno. We've now not scored in 3 matches. Despite having... We should... Christ, man. And now we have to play Lille next, which is a guaranteed defeat, potentially. Fucking hell. Normal match engine. Yes. Always using normal match engine. That is disappointing. 3 straight 1-0s. And only 2 games out of 6 having actually scored goals in. Like, how many goals have we scored? We've actually scored 7 times, but that was in 2 matches. And then nothing in the others. Like, we've only conceded 7 goals as well this season. That's what makes it even more annoying. Like, we're actually not bad defensively. We just can't score a goal to save our lives. We must be underperforming this now, right? Actually not. So maybe it's just balancing itself out a little bit weirdly. It's just we're further on the league table than we perhaps should be. But those are just some annoying games. Maybe we should have just lost to PSG. Maybe that would have been easier. I think if we'd have beaten Lyon, I'd have been like, oh, okay, it's just a weird home thing for the time being. The problem is then losing that Lyon game as well. It's the 10 men in that one that really irks me. Then again, I can't remember the last time that we lost a game that we had 10 men or won a game where they had 10 men. Because didn't we win a game last season where we came from behind with 10 men? It was the last time we went down to 10 men, I think, actually. It was not that one. This one. Nope. I swear there was a game where we came from behind with 10 men. Towards the back end of last season. Oh yeah, it was this one against Marseille. Well, we got a red card while we were losing 1-0 and then we ended up winning the game. Okay. I was kind of hoping this season wasn't going to go like this, unfortunately. But hey, we find ourselves back where we were. Just as well we didn't sell Bauer, actually. Not that he has contributed anything other than that 1 goal. And Lille is not going to be easy. Because they have kind of picked up exactly where they left off last season. Well, nearly exactly where they left off. Like, if we'd lost that PSG game, things would have been looking really bad for us right about now. Because without those 3 points, we'd be in the relegation zone. The fact that I was 0 top of the league, it does make that decision for our youth player to join them instead of sticking here actually does kind of make sense, right? The red cards 100% don't have enough impact. It feels like... It seems like red cards have an impact in AI versus AI games, but not in actual matches that you're watching and actively participating in. It seems like when you get a red card, if anything, you get better, despite not changing your tactics. And when your opposition gets a red card, there's almost guaranteed to be no more goals in that game. That seems to be the way that it seems to be. It's like they're able to go to a defensive system that basically shuts the entire game down no matter what you do. And when you get a red card, if you don't change your tactics, you'll likely score more goals for some reason. Presumably it's because they end up going... when was the database? Oh, shit. Was it David De Gea? I can assure you he's not in the database. If that was the David De Gea one. Sorry, that was right before the game, I think. As far as I'm aware, David De Gea is not around in this database. Oh, yes, he is. Well, he retired as a footballer, if that's what it was. Yeah, it seems that basically, if an AI team gets a red card, they go into a defensive mode that basically locks down the ability to score goals in the game. They don't score any either. But if they're winning when the red card happens, you basically have no chance. And if you get a red card, they then go into hyper-attacking mode, which means that they're more vulnerable on the counter-attack. So if you don't go super defensive, you're likely to score goals. That's why it happens, but it doesn't really work as far as like realistic standpoint. You're not doing the league. It is happening again this week. We just don't know exactly when yet. I find that not enough players end up becoming coaches, sadly. Like, it does happen, obviously, hence why we had Scott McTominay, but, yeah. Only had him for a while since the board kept trying to sack him, which was really strange. 6 goals per game in the 4th tier. God, I could have done with that with Sestri. Is this rate my tactic? I mean, really, you've got a trek in there at least. But still, your standard 3-striker fare, I suppose, right? Generally speaking, 3 strikers will work well no matter what you do, because the game's still, and it has been like this for years. Even back as far as FM18, the 3-striker thing was super OP. I remember when I came back to doing content again, and that was like the whole thing at the time, was just 3 strikers and everything. Granit Xhaka to Sunderland. I'd like to see him back in the Prem, honestly. Oh yeah, it can happen, but most of the time I find like the really high profile players tend not to go into coaching, which is a shame. I'd just like to see a bit more of that. It's like the game would rather generate random coaches from like that are regens than just make existing players in the database. And I wonder why. Oh, Rosenberg, not Rosen. Not bad. Was it really? I certainly remember it being an FM18. Wow, they have no debt in Rosenborg. They've kind of just been all over the shop in this save. I had Cristiano Ronaldo manage Everton, I think, on a save. I think he managed other clubs, but he actually won like a European trophy with Everton, which was pretty sick. Yeah, Rosenborg have damn near gone down one time, but they've mostly been... In this save, they've never won a title, but they've also never been relegated. So you can't really... I mean, you can complain. You'd expect a team like Rosenborg to have won something, and in this save now, they are in, what, 21 years of droughts? Won any cups? They've won a single Norwegian cup. That's all they have to show for 16 years of save, is one Norwegian cup. Let me check the reports, because there's bound to be some great... Oh, yes, now we're talking. Fernando Acuna. Wingback level... We'll still scout you, but I'm not super worried about you. Fran Falcone, though, that is a name. It's just nice to see these actually filled with good players for once. Now that we've got an absolutely absurd amount of reports to get through. We'll see them again in 3 years. We do have some freaks. Here are the freaks. Freak Willems, Freak Faber, Freak Baker, Freak Vandenbosch is a great name. Freak Vandersen. I like that Freak appears both in the Dutch name pool and obviously the St. Martin's name pool too. So there is a few freaks knocking about. Regan Booty. We did have Regan Booty earlier in the save. In fact, he still exists. He's just, he's another 19 coach here now. And quite a good one too. Possibly. I wonder if there is an element of like database protection where it prefers to generate regen coaches because it means they have to keep less information on them from their playing careers or something. Whereas when a player retires, it's keeping more information, which potentially is increasing the size of save files as well. So, for example, if I go to Regan Booty, for example, as he was a player, I can look at all his career stat stuff, whereas that wasn't possible. Ronaldo Jr., I don't believe he is, no. Unless, is he even in the FM database? I didn't think he was. Sorry, I was out of order. My apologies. Right, we need a palette cleanser, and Lille is about the worst possible palette cleanser imaginable, but we move. I feel like when you see a player come through at a club, when you're like young, the first time a player you see in like the Premier League or something that is younger than you remember that. But then when that player retires, then you're like, oh damn. Or when the last time you see a player that was younger than you in the Premier League, or older than you even. Luckily, James Milner is doing us all a favour right now. He's doing it for us. Can I ask for my no? Basically, the last time I've asked for a pro license, they do the same bollocks about like the hilarious one is I tried to ask for it and they said you can't have your pro license because we're worried that you'll get too good and leave us. Meanwhile, I was under an ultimatum from them where they may sack me if we didn't win a few games. It's just like, which is it, lads? We could ask for another. We could try one now, but I suspect they'll still say no for the same reasons, especially as we're playing poorly lately. Ironically, someone else is getting their coaching licenses. No wedding date. It's just one of these things where weddings are fucking expensive. We can't afford that. I basically cannot afford to get married, really. It might end up being something really, really small because expensive, right? There you go. Like, I paid my balancing tax bill payment yesterday, so that's kind of wiped me out for a month. And then I've got to somehow find a way to build a new PC, potentially, for the next FM. That will be intriguing. December, nice one, man. That's awesome. And we were actually talking about, is it Theatre Arp? If that's the guy you're referring to. I think it was last stream. Let's see what they say. Fear you bettering yourself could lead to a bigger coming for your services. We're therefore inclined to say no. So yeah, they won't let me get a... Hey! We did it! We did it, Reddit. We've convinced the board to finally let Roy get his pro license. Which is weird because they wouldn't let me last year when we were bad. And we're kind of bad right now as well. I'd be willing to bet that the specs are probably the same as FM25's potential specs. I can't see them being greatly different from the ones we were sort of shown briefly when the announcement were made last year. I can't remember what those were. I don't think you get an attribute bump until you actually complete the coaching course, right? I might be wrong about that. But I'll just get them up on the screen. Have a little look. These attributes are pretty good, other than those certain areas where it just won't let you improve them, you know? You cry. Match engine's like 4K, 8K, ray tracing, everything, yeah. And it would still look like this. Just ray tracing on the menus. Like, Roy's great. Just don't let him near a goalkeeper. Palace are in trouble. Ooh. Why do I never get these notifications? Does this only come up if you're managing the club? Because I've got a lot of stuff saved up for some more weird FM stuff, which I might do tomorrow, honestly. Because I'm not going to be able to produce that much on the Le Challenge video this week, just because Thursday I'm streaming, and then after stream I've got to go run that half marathon, and then I'm packing Thursday night because I'm away from Friday to Monday. So is it in the same league? Ah, okay. I guess I haven't managed in England in such a long time. So I guess it... Actually, could that even happen in France? Do they have the same system in France? I do really want to get going on the Le Challenge one, because I've been... While I was finishing off the edit for the scouting video, I was just like, I really want to start doing the Le Challenge recap, because I've got so many ideas I want to do with it. And it probably won't be as long as the Sochaux one either, because there's less seasons in it, which means it'll be easier to do. And the Le Challenge... the Sochaux one, the first section of Sochaux anyway, when I come to do that, is going to be so easy, because I've been writing these stream diaries where I've been putting in screenshots and of every single match with reports and league tables and key events and transfers in and out after every single stream. Like, so I've got all the data already there for me, which saves me, it's going to save me like a week's worth of work when it comes to doing the video. Yeah, no Sunday stream. Pog and I are going to see her parents this weekend, and then she's staying down there for an extra week, so we're going to visit the in-laws. I promised I would go. I didn't have, but I was like, I really do want to like see your parents and hang out and sort of make myself. I haven't seen her dad since last year, so I feel like it's important, you know. Right. I guess it's the same lineup again, right? Because if it's broken, don't fix it. That's what they always say, right? Don't like walking. I mean, to be fair, I didn't like running until I just randomly did. But just important to get your steps in, right? I like running. It makes my brain not be so silly. Calms it down a lot. I find it almost impossible to be anxious when I'm running. So it's like a nice little way of doing that. Plus, I genuinely do enjoy it. And it has enabled me to lose like 30 pounds, which has been really, really nice as well. I was really impressed yesterday, though, because I did like, it was like on and off kilometre interval type of thing. So like a warm up and then like 1 kilometre at one pace, another one, and flip back and forth for that for like 6k. And I was basically doing it at like the 5k pace I set a couple of months ago. But obviously I was doing 6 kilometres of it. And I feel like I could probably easily beat my 5k PB at the moment, which would be sick. And I'm definitely going to beat my half marathon PB. In fact, I might even beat it on Thursday night when I'm going for that training run, just because my half marathon PBs are so low. So there's a chance that I could just beat it whilst jogging on Thursday, which is going to be really fun. Particularly as I've picked out a really cool route that takes me along this like cycling route that goes in the middle of nowhere but has all these like cool bridges and rivers and stuff. So I'm quite excited about that. Pog's going to come pick me up at the end of it, obviously. I think I'm just going to do that. Yeah, time me out. I've been slacking. I hated having to miss a Thursday stream. Like Sunday streams, I always take one off a month. But missing that Thursday stream, I was like, it's been a while. Probably since... The last one was possibly Switzerland, maybe? Oh, there's 100% going to be some geese. I'm super hyped for it. Just to make sure I take loads of... I think Bauer is certainly cruising for a bruising. Agreed. We could try Jordan or Binder in that role. It sucks though, because Bauer is genuinely a really good footballer, but... And last year, he was just doing things for us, but this year he just does not seem to be at the races. This is going to be so tough, though. Lille are not an easy team to play against. They've got, presumably, Tom Muller. Wait, is he not starting for them? Is he on the bench? Okay, interesting. Lille have not got Tom Muller. Yeah, in fact, they've got Lenny Yoro in there. And I think, as you say, there's another real guy in that, too. Oh, Nikolai... Shit. Yeah, Ruggeri's on. Yeah, that's the thing. He's a model citizen, and yet he's the one that's upset the entire dressing room. It's so silly, isn't it? You think if any player was going to be the one that would actually be a sensible human being, it would be the model citizen. But no. 3 real players. God, their squad must be super old. I suppose there are some like 32-year-old real players still in the save. But I imagine the guys they've got are probably more like the 34, 35 kind of range. So maybe we can get them over time. What are their centre-backs? Wow. That is a first half that's definitely happened. How are the performances? Nagalo's actually been the one that's kind of letting the side down a little bit at the moment. Have I got Velasquez and Alec Chow on their wrong feet? No, I don't. Okay, cool. Just shuffle that around a little bit. A draw at home against Lille would actually be a pretty good result, so I'm not super concerned. The Kraken's rating, 6.6. Wow, that's weird. Okay. Did I change a tactic or anything? Did I make that? No, it's still defense. I wonder if moving that to support could help us at some point. We've not scored in ages. We've literally not scored a goal today on stream. And it's not like we've played no games either. It'd just be really cool if we could celebrate us actually scoring a goal. We're about to concede one though, aren't we? Nice back post header. Oh, okay. That's fine. Right, Nagalo's coming off again. He's actually had a bit of a shitty season so far. At least Barnetche is contributing something to this game. He sure as shit isn't. The Kraken struggling again. Shazley's ratings have been awful lately. Almost without explanation. What if he's just not getting the protection? Well, Strawberry Man, he's just not starting for us at the moment because Velasquez was looking really good. And I think once he learns the role, he'll definitely improve. But for the time being, he's not really there. Favorite player in the save so far, I mean, Sven's mates, isn't it? But outside of Sven, probably Raul at Tenerife. There was just something really cool about him. All right, go on then. Like a 0-0 wouldn't be appalling for us. We're going to get done on the counter-attack now, aren't we? Go on, please hold him up. That's good. Really nice defending, although now we've left a huge gap there. Yes, come on. Oh, no. Right, well, this is 1-0. Double-digit assist too. Probably not. But I think Strawberry did take some corners to be... Oh, God, look at the space in between the lines here. Oh, well, this is 1-0. Oh, he's missed it. Well, okay. Extra danger. I wonder if it's just because with us finding a guy that's more suited to that role, we now have to give him a little bit extra to get him forward a bit more. Like, he doesn't hemorrhage rating in games or anything, but he's not done well.
Let's pretend we scored a goal.
Well, it's a 0-0. So it's 4 matches without scoring a goal, and only 2 of our 7 games have we scored a goal in. Crazy. Didn't lose, though. And it's a good draw against a really good side. We'd have taken that point before the game, so I'm not really going to complain about it. Thank you. Oh, Solndy. Sorry, Solndy. Thank you for the 245 bits. That's very kind of you. English tax. We have bought players that have played in England. And, like, for example, Bauer. He was a freebie from Leeds. And then has just exploded for us. Was very good for us. Is now struggling to be very good for us. We did take 4 of our 7 points have come against the top 2 from last year, which is weird. But that is not pretty reading. Being kept clean sheets against in 5 of our 7 matches. I mean, how many goals should we have scored in our last 4? So, like, 1 there. 1.5 there, probably. 1 there. Did fuck all in that game, of course. Waste on support. Well, we're playing against Troyes next, away from home, which is a good opportunity to try something exactly that. Because they're a more aggressive... Sorry, they're going to be more... They're a worse side. We have to really take something from that game. Or at the very least, win. At the very least, win? If you find a way to do more than win, do let me know. See you later, Ashish. How is Pog getting on at Angers? I'd be surprised if she's starting for them. 7 substitute appearances. 2 goals. That's actually not bad. Where are Angers in the league? To be fair, they're having another really quite nice time of it. Yeah, we're a little under the performance threshold right now. We should have about 1.5 points more than we do. It's slow progress. We do still have, despite bringing in some quite good players, still quite a young team. But I feel confident that we're not going to get relegated this year. We don't look quite as hopeless as we did at times last year. And I think as a result of that, even if it's just a year where we end up finishing around about the same as we did last year, a lot of our youngsters in the team will have another year of development under their belt, which I think will be massive. Particularly with particularly with the defenders, actually. Just getting those guys to be more accomplished, I think will be really, really crucial. Because we do have a very, very young backline. Even, I think Elak Chowie is the oldest player in our backline. I think he's 22. Pog, 2 more, in fact. Position, just patchy form. But we know that it isn't the position because we saw how well that worked last season. But that's what saved us, was this exact tactical setup. So I don't think it can be the position. Plus, Swiston just absolutely stinks the place up outright. Like, he just never plays well out wide. Maz Ahmed, thank you for the follow. That is pulling us dangerously close. Thankfully. Well, we're still operating on like a point a game right now, but just getting a nice win. This next little run of matches, I mean, it's away from home again, which does worry me slightly. Another huge win for the B team. And also the B team are absolutely chefing with this system, which is good to see. Like, they're absolutely dominating this league now. 5 wins out of 5, plus 15 goal difference. We've scored 21 times. And bear in mind, we have actually only conceded 7 goals this season in 7 games. And this tactic usually does score a decent amount of goals. It's just weirdness. Yeah, Ivic is doing quite nicely, isn't he? 3 goals and 2 assists. Mehic has absolutely crushed it in that league as well. To the point where I'd be tempted to bring him up. Except I just don't think he would. I don't think he's actually any better than the others. In fact, I'd argue he's possibly even worse. He's just playing at a much worse level. Little pathetic for no reason. Yeah. Although, in fairness, I think the reason they were so pathetic in that season with Le Challenge was just due to the European fixtures we had. So we were a little bit run aground, and I don't think we were... The other issue we had with Le Challenge that year was, one, we had all the extra fixtures, which we weren't really prepared for as far as squad depth. In addition, we didn't have enough extra money to really elevate the team yet, and it would have just required patience. Like, we would have just had to let those guys develop a little bit, and then they would have started to cook a little bit. Kind of like we did in Tenerife. By just fully committing to those youngsters, we saw insane results because they got such a huge development boost in that one season. I kind of like to think that this is the season where they get that development boost, and then next year they can just go and absolutely crush it and get Europe. But there's still every chance that we could turn this around. I mean, say turn it around, we're not even in that much trouble. If we were to start losing, like, say we don't score in our next 3 games and lose 2 of them as well, then there's like, okay, something's really wrong there. What was his PPM? Was it like arrives late in box or something? So the Kraken's now hurt himself in a fall. Norwegian, Czech, Turkish dice ball. Wow. He's just become like an international management extraordinaire. Does a lovely little 4-year cycle with a Euros and a World Cup in there. Everybody's experiencing the miracles of long ball football. And who wouldn't want to? So 12 step down to 18th. These guys, they should be winnable. Like, I know it's away from home, but they should be the sort of team that we can just sweep aside, get ourselves going again. At the perfect time, really, because you do just need to get a lucky win again when one of these things happened. Turns out our lucky win was against PSG when we didn't need it. Because if we hadn't have got that, we'd have been in real trouble. Bespoke nonsense. It's no one size fits all for Mr. Dyche. Oh no. Another win for the B team. I mean, against an actual team as well. Jasmine scored it. So Jasmine is actually playing as the number 10 in this team, by the way. So that's the reason he's getting so many goals, because he's the only really sensible player they've actually got there. But Ivic with another goal. Jasmine is, I mean, they're doing bits. They're going to win this league. They can't get promoted out of it. In fact, I suspect there's going to be every chance that they're going to win that league every single year. Yeah, just scoring a goal would be nice. Statistically, we can't surely not score a goal for much longer. The thing is, we scored so many in those 2 games before there that it actually, our stats don't look that bad. We're still only underperforming by like 1 goal, even though we haven't scored in 4 games, because we got so many quite fortunate goals in those 2 matches. I'm pretty certain we're still at 0. And against, we're actually performing better than we should be defensively. So the goalkeeper is doing well. Just need to rack a few goals up, pretty much. Which does rely on Swiston a little bit. If he could just beat the offside trap. That's what we need. We need him to actually learn that PPM. Oh, Miao Yanan's hurt himself. Yeah, I mean, he has at least scored 3 goals this year. But also those 2... But what I would say is we can't just blame Twiston for this, because he's not been the only one missing these chances in these last few matches. I'll be curious to see how much he's underperforming his XG, because I'll be willing to bet that he's actually kind of bang on. Because he got those couple of goals against Rennes. No, he got 2 against Rennes and he got 1 against Paris Saint-Germain, didn't he? And it was at that moment that I thought he was about to explode. He's got 3 and 3, looking tasty, looked okay in the first game. Let's actually have a little look at the squad stats. Who's got the most XG? So he is underperforming, but only just. But nobody else has really got anything. If anything, the worst culprit of underperformance is Osagi. Out to speed things up. Well, there aren't really any leagues that are out, per se. And it wouldn't speed it up by a noticeable amount anyway. Like, I can't think of an example of a league that is out. Put him on attack. The thing is, what are we going to see on Anderson? I mean, I might do it anyway, but I'm not sure what we're going to see on him that we didn't already see. Yeah, I mean, like, I can remove leagues, but all I'm doing then is basically removing context from the save and not really speeding it up a great deal. Generally speaking, the game saves just get kind of slow when you get further into them, no matter what you do. But obviously, we do have a lot of saves. We have a lot of players loaded. Let's have a little look at Anderson, but I'm not sure what I'm really looking for. Because the thing is, if we put him on attack, my concern is that he's not got the pace to really get into those positions. And I worry that that's one of the things that helped with Briasco there, is that at the very least he was quick. And Anderson seems to lack a little bit. Like, his performances haven't been bad. He's averaging a 6.71. So he's still, on average, gaining rating in games. Just not quite to the level that Briasco was. Let me just see, as a wide midfielder on attack, compared to support. So support adds in concentration and vision, which he does actually have. And attack prioritises some slightly other things. Yeah, if you look on the add remove leagues page, it will actually tell you how many players are loaded, or it certainly estimates it. So we're at 277,000, for example, at this point. It's just because at the end of last season, like, the exact role that he's playing in is the one that benefited us the most. Once he learns French, just to clarify, he is actually learning French, right? Whew. For a second, I thought I hadn't put him on there. Support. Agrees with Bauer. Oh, good. Aren't you a G? I do wonder if that alone, by the way, has hurt us. Look at how bad our atmosphere is compared to where it was because of the stupid Herbert Bauer nonsense. There are 9 players that agree with him about that absolute crap, and it completely decimated it. Which, because I'm pretty certain it wasn't as bad as that before. That is annoying. But we were already dropping points before that, so we can't put it down to that. Wow, Angers have won again. At least the teams down towards the bottom are the exact teams I'd expect to be down there. And hopefully we won't get dragged. Oh, good, we got international break after this. That's actually kind of perfect. Having an international break now works really nicely for me because it means that we can schedule quite a lot of friendlies in this period. Try to just get some form back through those. Because what's our morale actually looking like? It's not even that bad. And I can kind of see why it's not that bad because, like, we're not losing by huge amounts. We're not getting twatted. I think our biggest defeat this season is 1-0. The Philadelphia... Maybe, yeah. Oh, who's getting called up? Oh, French Guiana and Martinique. Fair enough. I probably should delegate the assistant to the press conferences again now. I might switch myself back to being in charge of press conferences if things start to take a turn for the worse again. But I'm hoping this is just a blip. Because didn't we go on an absolutely heinous run last season too that was like way worse than this? It was like... Where was it? Let me just turn off the... No competition games. This little run here was pretty bad. Where we literally won one game in like... From August all the way to December, we won one match. And got like, what was that? 6 points from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. If we can avoid that, I think we'll be okay. And right now, we're on for a point a game, which would still be less than last season, I agree. But we can pick it back around. Just need one good win. Or any win. In outside news, Fulham have still not done anything. It's now the 22nd of July and Fulham have still not signed anybody. I think we might now officially be the only team in the Premier League that have not signed a single footballer, because West Ham have now signed Walker Peters, have they not? Yeah, I think PSG might well win the league this year, at this rate anyway. Because of that whole weird situation with Besiktas, where they got kind of sick of it. I told you that would happen. But it just makes no sense to me. After speaking with Herbert Bauer, I believe that he's no longer worried about there being a lack of sufficient goalkeeping squad depth. Well, it's funny because I failed the promise, and since then, no goalkeepers have been signed. So why are you now suddenly happy with the goalkeeping squad depth? Yeah, absolutely nothing has happened, and he suddenly changed his mind. But do we get any kind of benefit to it? Absolutely not. So despite that, we still have all the morale hits as a result of it. That's incredible. Because all the players that we upset by not fulfilling this guy's promise are still going to be upset about that. Kilazar 100% got a CA bump. That has to be what it is. Which was exactly what I predicted happening. Yep, there you go. Now that he's considered 3.5-star CA, suddenly it's no longer an issue. Absolute horseshit. Oh, that's so stupid. But at least it's one thing done. I wasn't expecting it to happen that quickly, honestly. Oh, Wolves and Real Betis are wanting him. Does he really want to go play in the Spanish second tier? No. Daniel Cummings. I recognise that name. Yeah, notice how he wants a contract again now. What a silly boy. Expectations. Really? Draw? I guess they are the City back team, right? Because, yeah, we've just done nothing. We've signed Josh King to a new contract, which actually is a genuine, very, very good piece of business for us. Like, actually tying one of these guys down for a 4-year deal properly, it's about bastard time. Because King is going to be amazing for it. Don't you have, like, you've got 2 years left on your contract. No, you're actually, to be fair, Kilaza probably does deserve one. 2 years left, no extension clauses. Someone deserves one. this would be quite funny to rub it in Herbert Bauer's face as well, because he comes to me, wants a new contract, then complains about the lack of depth in goal, now drops his demands about the lack of depth in goal. I then go and give that goalkeeper another contract, and Herbert's like, hi? We haven't sold anyone either, no. We even kept hold of Kenny Tete, and we did give another contract to Luc de Fougerolles, which I think is actually... I'm glad that we're actually doing that and getting those guys contracts. As long as he doesn't want stupid money here. Those wage demands for a first choice goalkeeper with high ceiling, I'll get rid of that, in League R, I don't think are unreasonable. Relegation release clause, maybe I can push it up to a little bit more, but I suspect that, do you know what, that's fine. We weren't going to be able to get rid of it, so at the very least we can get it up to £19 million. We paid like £1 million for him in the first place, so 11 grand a week is completely fine. 5-year contract, totally fine with that. Tony Khan, I think as far as I know, we are the only team in the Premier League, or probably the Championship as well, without a full-time director of football. You can't do that job part-time. That's crazy. Hey, Steve. He wants to put Stoyan at right back, but who does he want to put at left back then? Ruggieri. Do you know what? Shasley's been so bad lately, I'm actually tempted to give that a go. Let Ruggieri play at left wing back. Whack Stoyan at right back. Kraken's probably not going to be able to start here, so we'll get Conan in. Bauer's last chance, by the way. If Bauer absolutely drops a stinker here in a really important game against a poor side, then he's cooked, and we'll have to be looking at other players anyway. Does anyone want to desperately bring back another lineup?
Oh, this isn't where I parked my car.
I think so, because we've still got options off the bench. Mr. Cash, thank you for the follow. At a big game. Yeah, it is for us, just because we need to score a goal. I mean, we're nearly 3 hours into stream and we've not yet scored a goal. Ugh. Okay. No way. Well, looky who it is. It's Chavez Brown lining up against us for Troyes. Yeah, I agree with you. It's weird that they anglicize the names. Long time no see, buddy. Jesus, he has been around a lot. Because we sold him to Fulham for £19 million, didn't we? Or did we? Was that after we left? That might have been the season after we left, actually, that they sold him to Fulham for £19 million. Because I'm pretty certain I would have never got that kind of money for him. And then Fulham had just loaned him out, pretty much, for the rest of his entire career at the club, and getting all kinds of not that much money back. Then he just went to Troyes for free, and to be fair, he kind of cooked last season. And to think, we signed this guy off of a Gibraltarian club for £13,000 back at the showing day. He was one of our best signings, I think. That was fun. Okay, well, that means he will score against us today, and there's absolutely nothing we can do about it. But, hopefully, we will score today. Here's hoping. What have I got Dennis Anderson working on? Final third. I might actually just get him off of that and just start him actually training the position he's playing in for a little bit. Just to see if that has a better effect on him. For the time being. Okay. At least Ruggieri's doing okay. Killar's doing okay. This is huge. We must score a goal in this game. Avivi Gorge. I think I've been there, right? Is that near the Cheddar Gorge? Big performance required here. Swiston, he hasn't scored today, but to be fair, no one else has either. We've not scored a single goal today. We've now lost... No, sorry. We've not scored in our last 4 matches, and we haven't scored in 5 of our 7 games so far this season. Not amazing. Kyle, thank you for the 10 months, friend. Hopefully that'll be the good luck that we need in this game to actually, you know, score a goal. And it's not like we haven't deserved to score. We've just missed every chance imaginable. But we're hoping a game away at one of the teams struggling against relegation could help. We haven't scored a single goal away from home all season. And Nagalo's kind of been dropping some clangers lately as well. So hopefully this is the day where we sort of pick things up a little bit now. Velasquez learning that role a bit more. Get Anderson in there. Stoyan playing off the other side for once. Ruggieri. Oh, driving forward. Ruggieri. Square it. Oh, this is insane now. This is actually insane. I'm starting to think this has nothing to do with tactics. We're just getting absolutely effed by the game here. That's literally deflected off the defender's foot, hit the post and not gone in. I don't think I've ever seen that before. Usually they just kind of block it, or it goes straight through to your man. Stoyan to take the corner. Elak Chowie clears it away. FM is definitely FMing today. Back to Stoyan. Drive it across, buddy. Anderson! Dennis with the goal. Denis, I have a crush on you. And we lead 1-0. And it's the first goal of today's stream in only 2 hours and 41 minutes. Get face packs. I think if you do exclamation mark faces in chat, you might actually get a link for it, potentially. What a weird goal. He's just running onto this and just twats it. To be fair, it does deflect slightly off the defender's bum, so the goalkeeper's slightly unsighted. Oh no, that's the regen faces. In that case, it might just be exclamation mark face pack, potentially. Yeah, that's not the right one, mate. That's the one you want. Oh, lovely ball inside. Nagalo! Bang! What a save again. Stoyan's looked better off the right than he ever has off the left. And I'm starting to wonder if Stoyan on the right and Ruggieri on the left might actually be the way. Because Stoyan's delivery to... Oh! It's in! It's Mohamed Elak Chowie, and we're 2 goals to the good. Elak Chowie has been a hero for us this season. Not flow the face pack. I do use face packs, but they're all regens now, so there's no need for a face pack at this stage. Oh. Bringing in Lecomte. Really? Okay, that'd be kind of cool. By the way, we're 2-0 up. We're 2-0 up in a game. And, do you know, this is the thing. We win this. Suddenly it's 6 points above the drop zone again. We're kind of cooking at that point. Oh, new game manager. Yeah, I can't be arsed with that anymore. Basically, the faces became so... They look so similar that I always found it boring to play with it because I'd played with it for such a long time. And the regen faces are obviously gopping. We all know that. But they have personality to them because of their goppingness. So I decided with this save to just not use the... Yeah. To not use the Nugan this time around. Just trying to keep things a bit more interesting. They weren't bottom of the league before the game, though. We're making sure they are bottom. And their team is better than bottom of the league, to be fair. They've got some good players in this one. No, we haven't won the Champions League. That's the dream, though. Oh, go on. Slip him through. Go on, Twiston. Oh, this is why you're not scoring, bud. I don't mind them, but they all kind of look quite similar to each other. And I like the... I'm just hoping that the regen faces look better in 26. I mean, they kind of have to, right? Because Unity, but... We definitely need to get, like, some more goals. Barnacci's not having a bad game, at least. But what's really interesting to me is that Stoyan, good rating. Ruggieri, good rating. Anderson obviously scored the goal, so good rating. That's intriguing to me. I think they could, but I believe they fixed that issue, Stewie. I don't think I ever actually installed the fix, but I'm pretty certain it does exist. I'm just hoping that for next year's game we won't need that kind of thing, because they'll just look kind of decent. Helena. I don't know. Unless it's this guy. Hussein. Well, because pretty much they were made a long time ago, and it hasn't really... They've kind of maxed out the... From what I can tell, it's basically a case they've kind of maxed out what they can look like in the current engine situation, right? So the regen faces were never going to get any better. In fact, the way they took a step back, or the reasons why they took a step back, is because they had to mimic... So in FM now, the regen faces you see on the profiles are the exact ones that are in the match engine. Before, they were separate to each other. So the ones you saw in profiles didn't have to look like the ones in the game. So as a result, there was more room for them to be a little bit... and a Troy joke. Good point. I've been absolutely done there. We'll get him off. We'll get Binder on again. Maybe Deji. And just leave the rest, honestly. Let them have a little go. It's the perfect way to finish the... before the international break. They've had a shot and they're still at 0.0 XG. Impressive. It must have been a really good effort. Just an opportunity to give some guys some football. I would love to see a goal from Swiston in this game. Well, we don't really need the goal, but it would be nice for him to have one, just because it... Oh, no, we're going to get second phased here, aren't we? Come on, lads, somebody out there. Now, in fairness... Oh, dear, that's terrible. Our first goal was also a second phase of set piece. Hello, Benny Cage. How's it going, man? Oh, shit. Meshago as a number 10. No, I don't think I'm going to do that. I'm going to put Ualabi and put Bright Osaji there. Weird. Be nice for us to keep a clean sheet. it would sort of continue our run of actually being quite good defensively. Just, Stone's now hurt himself. It's exactly what we didn't want in this game. We've overperformed our XG in this one. Done well defensively. We've still only conceded 7 goals in 8 games. All of a sudden, it doesn't look so bad now that we've got 4 points from our last 2 and haven't conceded in either of those 2 games, right? The thing that worked really nicely with Nugan XL was that it was able to be done really easily and automatically en masse. Because back in the day, I used to use the chilled moose faces that she used to make in Blender individually. But obviously, there was only limits amounts of how many you could get of those. So, and it was often quite a pain in the arse just doing it all manually. That's the thing that... The biggest thing for the Nugan thing for me was because it was all automated, essentially. Okay, Verde. They won the World Cup. Were you managing them, or they just did this by themselves? So that's even cooler. They enjoy a big win. It's 5-1, I suppose. Wow. To be fair, I have taken almost anyone who's good out of the under-19 team. Fleming finally gets Sochaux scoring. I can't even be mad. Hood spotted at Trois Stadium. What's Steve doing around these parts? Looking at Kilaza. Well, you can keep on looking, Sonny. Winning a foot race between Tom and Luke. Tom, 100%. Tom's got the leg length advantage. Like, since there's no issue of like fitness between the two of them because they're both obviously just different types of fit, Tom would win just because of his sheer height would allow him a larger stride, and thus I think he'd be faster over like a shorter distance or even over a longer distance, but I'm not sure what they're like as far as cardio goes. Personally, those are my thoughts. Wow, Toulouse are really bad, aren't they? See, now we're 6 points clear. Still actually lower than we perhaps should be, but I feel a lot more confident. That guy that actually scored that goal against us, he's kind of chefing as well, actually. Wanted by someone big, presumably. Oh, wow, he really is. Jesus. Who would have if it was outside of McDonald's in Liverpool? Clates. 100%. It just so happened to be the McDonald's because it was the closest like fast food restaurant to like the arena and the hotels where we were all put up in. So we would just like randomly go there a couple of times. Aaron and I got on McDonald's one night with the head of marketing for Dinamo Zagreb. It was just me and Aaron and the head of marketing for Dinamo Zagreb just in a McDonald's. It was good. Another dub for the boys. Right, now we got international break. Suplex him. True. Should be pretty good. His cardio should be good. The only way that he doesn't absolutely annihilate someone in that is perhaps... See, this is the thing. I reckon I could beat him in a more endurance-based race. Probably over half marathon distance, maybe. But not over a short distance, because I don't have the pure speed. I'm better at the long distance stuff. And I think Clates could probably do it as well. But perhaps not over short distance. Tom is a very athletic man. Right. Friendly time. I just want to check when our next game actually is, because it seems to hide your next game. So yeah, Stade Rennais away from home, 9th of October. Which is... Oh, it actually isn't actually isn't there this time. Some great dirty... Mate, I'll tell you what, right? Pog and I had Dutty Pizza on Friday night when I got back home, and she was obviously at work. And I was just craving for a proper Dutty takeaway. Our local Dutty has started changing their recipes or their where they make their pizzas slightly to the point where they're now tasting almost indistinguishable from the Dutty pizza that we had back in Essex. Which means my life has just got that much better because it's even more delicious now. And horrendous for me. But that's fine. I'll just run a half marathon to run it off. Eat all my jelly babies during my halves. Jelly babies, really enjoyable running snack. A bit of that. Actually, we could just... Living space, mate, it is. So good. Like, if the weather's nice enough after stream, I'm going to go for a nice little walk. Mostly because I have to go to the pharmacy anyway. Got to pick up my asthma inhaler. Probably should also register with the local doctor too, but they could do me an emergency prescription for an asthma inhaler because I am actually completely out of that. And this time of year can be proper nasty for my asthma. Hot go walk. Damn right. In my incredibly short shorts. Oh, that didn't even look like I was wearing shorts. Even better. And my now slightly too large England shirt. I definitely won't be wearing this because this England shirt has my name on the back of it. Can't really wear it outside. Season 17, yes. This year, we've been kind of weird, but I'm still hoping for big things as the season progresses. Like, we're still well within touching distance of these guys. If we could just start scoring a few more. Like, if our defence remains as it is for the rest of the season, we're in a good spot. We just need a couple more goals here and there, and this team will actually really start to look very, very good. Like, defensively, we have the joint second best defense in the entire league. Gets everywhere. True. I was trying to think of the best way to carry them, because the pack was too big to stick in the little pocket of my running vest. And then I put them in a little plastic bag. That didn't really work either, so I just scoffed a lot of them before I started. The great thing about jelly babies is that obviously they have a good amount of sugar in them, which is nice, but they have a really, really high carb content, which is the main reason I like them. You can get a load of carbohydrates out of them, and it's great when I'm out running to just have carbohydrates flowing through my system. I like to believe I've been carbo loading my entire life. A small Tupperware, yeah, there just isn't really room for it in my running vest. That's the problem. I only realised the other day that there's actually a backpack bit, and I can put stuff in the back. Green Haribo. Oh yeah, the Haribo bears are goated. Bit of Jalebi. What, like a little locket that you think is going to have like picture of the family? It's just full of jelly babies. Don't give me ideas. I didn't, Abel. No, it didn't come up. Aaron and I were too busy trying to ingratiate ourselves. We thought this was a good opportunity for some networking to get. To be fair, the guy, this guy Mate, he was a really, really nice dude. I'm so glad that some of the clubs that were involved in the FIFA thing actually had like representatives there that were like willing to kind of get stuck in and get involved and learn like and get to know some of the people involved. I thought that was really cool. Perusal. Okay, how are you training? You're training okay. I'm seeing upward arrows across the board, which is nice. That's the main thing for me. Is he really a Ligue 2 player at 2.5 stars? That's surprising, actually. Right, who's getting call-ups? Cameroon, understandable. The usual boys. Mashego for South Africa. Oh, okay. Love that for you. Kilaza, Mandanda, and Loachman Deng. Oh, right, good news. Swiston is back in the Swiss squad. That's a good sign. He actually hasn't played an international game yet. Hang on, please be offered a new contract. I've already offered it to you. I guess it won't count until he's actually signed it. It'd be so funny if I failed that promise because he hasn't signed the contract fast enough. All the sugar-free ones. Yeah, sugar-free ones like that can do all sorts of dodgy things to my stomach. Like when I did the Tromsø half marathon, they actually had warm energy drink that they were serving on the route. And I understand why, because as soon as they put it out, basically, it was beginning to freeze. So they were boiling it and then pouring out these like cups of warm energy drink. If you've never had like warm Monster, wouldn't recommend it. But then just give it like 30 seconds in Norway and suddenly it's cold Monster after all. Right. Cruz Azul. What, like those edible necklaces where they're all just... Yeah? Yes, Ely's kits are a bit... They did a kit reveal video for it, which was a bit cringe as well. The thing is, right, you can't even buy them. They're Joma kits. They're solid. I like them. I would really, really like one. But there's no way that you can buy them, unfortunately. I even have a vintage thing set up just in case somehow one of the players sells one on there or something. How dare you, Leaf? I will not stand for this type of insolence on the day of our Lord, otherwise known as Tuesday. Sorry, Tuesdat. Also, some five-headery going on there as well. Oh dear. Massive bag of sugar-free gummy bears and had an internal exorcism. I think I remember that for some reason. Not sure why I remember that, but I do have some knowledge of that. This season? Yeah, I feel like it's tough for like non-league sides because printing shirts for merchandise probably does cost a lot of money and they're probably not going to make much money back, so I guess it makes sense that they would not do that. But it would be sick to be able to get hold of an Ely shirt. Maybe I'll try and like do some stuff next year as far as content that relates to Ely, so I can see if I can ingratiate myself there. And 18-0. Well, okay. Ruggieri certainly seemed to chef in that spot. That's intriguing, actually, that they were that much better with Ruggieri. But Bonetti got 6 goals in that game. That's tremendous. Trying to get a game. Something tells me I'm probably not quite good enough for that. Or at all. A 700-gram... Oh, jelly bean. That's pretty good. I think the packs I was buying of jelly babies were 350 grams, which is still quite a lot, but... Needy City save with some sort of gimmick. Some sort of gimmick, like, for example, where I have to run the distance that our laziest player runs. For example. No, not laziest player. That was the original idea for that save. With the wheel thing. My original idea for that was that I was going to run the distance of the laziest player, but then I realised there was loads of ways you could cheese that. God, I forgot about Bjorn. Wow, he's fallen off hard. I think that'd be fun. I might do that on the shorts platforms or something. with metal in their names. Welcome to the club, Christopher Aluminium. I want a tungsten defense. Sure, you can go. A Cruz Azuli. Yeah, that was my exact. Whoa. It's giving. You're not my mother. Yes, I am. I like it. I hate to say it, but I do kind of like it. This one especially. The pink. It's not good, but I do like it a lot. It's Fiat 5. If Fiat 500s were a football kit, they'd be this. I like that a lot. It does a bit, doesn't it, actually? Yeah. In this, yeah, that's actually quite cheap for a first team kit. Fulham want like £80. Fulham want £50 for their training tops. It's giving your dad's first girlfriend after the divorce. Disco kit. This is my disco kit. I'm going to start calling any clothes I wear outside or like for fancy things my disco kit. Going to a wedding, Pog? Disco kit. That reminds me, I still need to buy a suit for that. The theme is teal. Not the theme. Well, I guess the colour theme is teal. But I'm probably just going to go with teal tie. Maybe a pocket square. I'm not buying a teal suit. There's not as much use out of a teal suit, you see. Get back and drink that would go so hot. Yeah, 100%. Your muscles leopard football kits. Fuck it. Equal opportunities, Dad. Your Dar sells leopard print football kits. Well, luckily, Pogs work. The only thing that they sell that is of good value is the suits that they sell. And because of Pog's staff discount, I can get a bigger discount on them too. And they are legitimately really good suits. But everything else is absolute crap there. So what we're going to do is, right before Pog hands in her notice, I'm going to go in and buy a suit. Using her staff discount. Which would be nice. Because my suit is simply... my suit is so... It just doesn't fit. It's so big. I wore it for the cup final, and it was like that meme of Homer Simpson with all the things clumped behind his head. That was like me in that suit. Your bird sells Fulham training tops for £50. I wish. We get a load of money out of that. Their new colours are actually kind of cool. It's what you get when you mess with the Warrior. I've done him right up there. So what happened is, he's just asked me for a new contract because he thinks he's underpaid. I've just said to him, Eric Kilaza came to me and said he was underpaid and he didn't ask for a new contract, having just given Eric Kilaza a new contract. Cool. So we've just used a bit of FM's BS against it there. Lovely. That's what you get. You get what you deserve there, bud. Even the club atmosphere is improving again now. The world is healing. Wait, what's Kubek complaining about? He's still upset I left him out of training camp. Brother, that was like 3 months ago. Italy and Belgian women's shirts for £20. That's really good, actually. I had a weird vintage experience yesterday. I was looking... I always have like a search set for Fulham just to see if any more fun, random old Fulham stuff comes up, / like more recent training gear that is like really cheap. And a guy was listing... Someone was listed like a... It was like a beige training top and some black shorts. And I do need to buy some black football shorts, to be fair, so I can wear them for the charity match. But I'd liked both of them. It turns out they were from the same person. And one was like £13. No, one was like £11 and one was like £12. And then they sent me a message because you could just do that. And it just said, I could bundle... If you're interested, I can bundle them to you for £25. I'm like, hang on a minute. That's more expensive than if I bought them separately. What are we trying to do here? Do you think I'm some kind of fool? Slightly better. That's true, yeah. That is just funny to me that he was kicking off about the contract thing as well now. He'll find something new to complain about in a couple of weeks anyway. Yeah, he was happy to stay at the club, but then he was unhappy about the fact he hadn't got a contract again. That's actually another potential FM Kafka trap you can get stuck in, where you offer a team... Your player asks you for... What is it they ask you for? It's like... They want to leave because you haven't offered them a new contract. So you offer them a contract, but you can't offer them a contract because they go red because they're upset at you because you haven't offered them a contract. That's always a nice little fun Kafka trap. Biggest amount to pay for? Maybe. Yeah, I see sometimes football shirts that I just happen to own go up in there for quite large amounts of money, and they do sell as well. I think some of my old Fulham stuff, the one I showed you the other day, probably worth quite a good amount. I'm like, right, are we going to get rid of some of these guys now? Oh, these are Patreon regions, actually. They get to stick around. But there's a lot of, like, really mid-Italians in this report, I assume. Please don't tell me the entire report is mid-Italians. There we go. That's not everyone, actually. It's 100 players, I suppose. So, right. We'll ignore... Wow, nobody over the age of 22. Now we're talking. Me, POV, you're Leonardo DiCaprio. There's some quite intriguing players in here, actually. More information 100% required. Basco, he's probably on loan, right? Vinted is great, but I think that they're getting a bit to the point now where I am seeing things that make me think that it's worryingly... It's going to become basically eBay again. And let's be honest, eBay now is just basically a Temu dropshipping site. And if Vinted keep allowing stuff like that, it's just going to become the same thing. It's like, stop diluting your original IP, essentially. 26 from the set. That happens to me all the time. Being like, they'll offer you it for like £1 less. It's just like, look, right. My issue isn't that it was £11 instead of £10. It was just like, am I sure I like this? Because what I'm really looking for at the moment is a specific pair of Vans. Because I really want to get some like tan or brown Vans, basically. Because I don't have a pair of brown shoes, and I've got lots of outfits that would look really fire with the brown shoes. You're £77 million. Wait. Did we look at Nay a few years ago? I remember making all sorts of horse jokes. This feels like something I would have done, right? You guys are already on our Christmas list shopping list, so you can stay there for the time being. There's actually quite a few players on this one. Dylan Daniel, overpriced Belgian, no doubt. My brown suede... I used to actually have blue suede shoes. I had a pair of Adidas Gazelles. No, I think it was Gazelles. In blue suede. Tremendous shoe. Unfortunately, our squad isn't even that big. Bear in mind, the guy that was kicking off was literally a starting 11 player. It's one thing when it's like squad players that are kicking off, but he's literally starting every game. And yes, my friends did write an entire song about it, which wasn't blue suede shoes, weirdly. You'd think that would be the case, but no. They wrote a different song, even though there was a perfectly functional song right there. Yeah, I had literally like 4 different pairs of Gazelles. They're still in the cupboard. I haven't worn them for years, but they're all in relatively good nick as well. I'd like to dig those out at some point, actually, because they are really comfortable shoes. I have a lot of Adidas shoes. Way too many. Like, I only bought Nikes because I had to for FIFA. Let you change your address. You can't change it, really? That's kind of wild. Is it like a time limit or anything like that? You just can't change it. So random. Were they also Gazelles? Just getting married in blue Gazelles. Jesus Fernandez. Ooh. I like him, but also non-EU in it. All of these guys are like probably quite good, but also very non-EU. Wow, you're a centre-back with 8 jumping reach. Tell me more about how you're in the wrong line of work. Edgar Ramirez, another right back. We love those. I don't know. That could be a different thing entirely. Gazelles are just like a specific type of Adidas shoe. Won't make dress shoes. Give them a chance. I'm surprised they haven't branched out of that market, if I'm honest. I've got all the defaults. I have Nike. I mean, the only pair of Nike shoes I have is Pandas, because they're just... I see why they're very popular. They are very comfortable, and they do look kind of cool. Laurent Oberly. It's another... Oh, she's not overpriced. Too late to impress my my bow with goalkeepers, though, isn't it? This guy's... I'll tell you what. If you could find like a Spanish auntie, Gonzalo, that would be a most lovely. I will still Christmas list you anyway, though, because you never know when you're going to need a Gonzalo Perez. Any second nationalities that need to be worried about? There's an Italian Uruguayan there, but he's so far down the list. God damn it. Hello, Pog. How's it going? Ash forever. Thank you for the 5 months, friend. How is your Tuesday going? Is this that? Oh, no. The price! I assume it's because these are like second-hand and really, really sought after. Holy shit, the price. £224 for Sambas. I bought a pair of Sambas for work in like 2014 and I still have them. They squeak like crazy. Fun shoes, though. They're like my, I need to do a task that is going to get me filthy shoes. So gardening shoes or whatever. Akis Duvas. Ah, this was the guy from... Yeah, he's very good. Oh, hang on. Oh, he's only got 10 tackling. Christ. If he had good tackling, with that work rate, he'd have been a bloody great signing. He actually has a release clause that's even higher than that. They're those players that are like... I might still shortlist him, actually. They're those guys that are still slightly out of our reach. But I would like to see where he goes in case he doesn't go to Porto or something. Oof. Ortega. Crocs and wingbacks. Damn straight. No, I'm not a big Croc man myself. I bought Pog some Crocs a few years ago. She's got these like Galaxy Crocs, but I just don't find them particularly comfortable. I'd rather just wear moccasins, you know. The only reason I don't wear moccasins on stream these days is because the memory foam it makes me too tall and I look like I'm up here. So I just don't wear slippers on stream. And that, and it's really fucking warm. Oh, has bro lost a little bit of a... Oh, he has. He's lost a little bit of potential there. Kind of glad... Do you know what, right? Given a choice between him and Carapici, or whatever his name is, given that they would have both cost us £3 million, both 18 years old, now that we know what we know about potential... Actually, am I about to make myself look like an idiot here? He does have better dribbling. Worse finishing, same first touch, worse passing, worse technique, worse anticipation actually as well. Flair, I'm not actually bothered about that. Good work rate though. Carapicci's definitely got the balance. They're both kind of equally as good in many ways. He's got slightly better technicals though. The other benefit I think with Carapicci is that he is... Yeah, Carapicci has a good right foot as well, which does help. Don't we play so forward? Oh, it's inverted winger, you're right. I'd imagine the roles are very similar, though. We are tonight, Pog, yes. If that's what you would like, since you are working late tomorrow night, right? What the fuck? That came out of nowhere. Jack, thank you so much for the 5 gifted sub. That's very, very kind of you, friend. And very, very unnecessary. I always forget about that second animated emote. Because that was from the bad times at Tenerife, wasn't it? Holy shit, thank you so much, friend. That is so bloody nice of you. And I don't deserve it, but I'm very grateful. And that is very, very kind. Hang on, weren't we after this guy? No, it must have been a different dude. It has to be a different dude. That can't be the guy we were looking at before. No, because the guy before was on a shortlist, wasn't he? Oh, there's Fran Falcone. Yeah, these guys aren't really doing it for me. Price-wise or anything else-wise. I think with Stakoviak... when's his birthday, actually? So he's only just turned 18 as well, in truth. I think it was pretty much a toss-up between those two. The only thing that Dardan has that's like massively better is he's got more of a right foot. Oh, Andrew, I completely forgot it was even happening. Pog and I were just happily watching Attack on Titan or whatever. And then I went, oh shit, the NASCAR's on. Turned it on. Within 3 laps, they'd thrown the yellow flag for rain. And then I was like, right, I've got to go to bed. So yes, mostly because Denny Hamlin won. That is my main reason for disappointment, because Denny Hamlin won. How much do we normally have? Why, you think you might need to grab a pack of penne? Names alone. Oh yeah, Pog and I's usual meals don't really have normal names. We have comfy pasta, chef pasta, burgers. That one's really a little bit more obvious. The cookbook would be quite small. It'd just be variations on pasta. Harv would love it. To me, any race that Denny Hamlin wins is about... I respect the hell out of him as a driver, but I still don't like the man. Like, of all the sort of, like, hegemonic drivers in the sport, he's the one that's adapted to the next-gen car better than anybody else. It's crazy. See if I can have a burrito. Pog, you can have a burrito all you like, love. Like, never let life get in the way of you having a burrito. I think at that point, you're just depriving yourself of joy, and who would want to do that? Like, on purpose, no less. It feels like international breaks in France are longer. I might be wrong about this, but it feels like we're getting 3 weeks off for these international breaks rather than the 2 you normally get when you're managing in almost every other league. Like, I'm not really complaining because it does give us an opportunity to get players back to fitness, play a lot of friendlies, batter about some non-league sides and just have Swiston fill his boots. But it does seem odd. How much pasta we have? You don't know how much pasta we have. Probably quite a lot. I know that's really helpful. But believe it or not, I actually don't have the giant jar of pasta in my office. This is an office, not a pantry. Vodka penne. No, actually. Mostly just because I don't really like vodka. Oh, check my phone. Is my phone just going to say, fuck you, go look at the pasta? I've checked my phone. What am I supposed to be looking for on said phone? I see no mentions of pasta, I'm afraid. Oh, and lose it. Okay, it's like 135 grams or something. Let me check. Yeah, making me do work in the middle of my work day. How could you? Recipes, comfy pasta. What? That's what. The fuck? Why is that so much? That ain't right. This will not do. Thank God I've got auto continue on. Bear with me. Chat, talk amongst yourselves while I figure this out. Meals. Where was it? That was just. Well, I ate a lot of sausage rolls that day. Chicken. Chef pasta. Comfy pasta. Wow, that's a lot. The hell did I do there? Edit recipe. Oh, I see why. Pog, I've got here 175 grams. But that might have been a big one. Tony Sack, no! Oh. Things you hate to see. Recipe buns, maybe. I'm starting to think I might need a wee in a minute, so that you might get your chance. Ooh. Wait, you're getting caps for Algeria? You are? Oh, wow, you've lost a lot of potential, apparently. It seems like it's over 3 weeks, which is odd, because I don't remember that being the case with Sirens. And I don't remember that being the case earlier in this save, too. It feels like that's something that's just started happening when we got to France. Ah, so I see, yeah. Because it seems like we get these 2 giant international breaks that are literally like full 3 weeks. Because it was always a case of, with international breaks, normally I'd have enough time for like 2 friendlies. Where here, I can schedule 4 and still have a nice week after that to get our fitness back up. I'm not sure. I'm pretty certain we've got another break. Oh, I see. The September-October ones. Good point, because I'm pretty certain there's another break in, like, November. We just hope... No, the game's not... Sometimes it doesn't do it. It's like October. Yeah, there. Oh, that's a normal one. That's just a normal length one. That's 2 weeks. So I see. So there's like a 3-week one and then a 2-week one. Ruggieri just got another Man of the Match award. Playing as the wingback. I think we might have to have Stoyan playing on the right for a little bit, potentially. Or... Because for whatever reason, it just simply wasn't seemingly working out with him on the left. Yeah, it seems like it's something I've only really noticed in France. Currently, anyway. Oh, Christ. Are you injury prone? No. That's disappointing. I mean, there are other areas of the team that would be much more catastrophic if we lost a player, but that is kind of shit. It means it's an opportunity for Peter Bashir to come in for a little bit. That being said, he probably won't miss many games because we're already... Our next game isn't until the 9th of October, so he'll probably miss like 3 or 4 matches. But Bashir is a really solid player. Yeah, that makes sense. Boy Juniors Reserves. We're doing this. The big one and the small November one. Yeah, because there used to be like 3, didn't there? They were really close to each other to the point where, in England, for example, you'd come back, have your international break, or like play 1 game in between, and then say, hey, we're back off on holiday again. Cool, why are we doing this? Bundle it up, lads. With the South American teams, I looked at every squad they had because sometimes they hide really good players in like the middle team. Like that dude there. Jesus Christ. Okay, let me just scout all of them for a start. Who's this lad? Okay. Firstly, Rodrigo says... Simon says, why are you still playing in Argentina? But the other guy. Francisco Grosso. He's got to be wanted by someone crazy. Leeds and Inter. Is it just me? Or is he not... I mean, he is good, don't get me wrong. But for some reason, I was expecting him to be better than he... Actually, he's kind of very match engine-y. His agility is wild. Not even that expensive. This is the thing. In a few years' time, these are the kind of players that we're going to be able to poach out of South America for our like non-EU slots, rather than the kind of guys we've been going after lately. I expected more. It might be that he's on the higher end of all of those attributes, potentially. And he does have very good match engine attributes, which maybe is why those teams are after him. 4 September, October 1. Ah, that makes sense. So it's just like an elongated individual break where they kind of mush it together a little bit, so it takes like 3 weeks instead of 4. Yeah, imagine if he had that second nationality. Jamal Lowe, I mean, maybe Jamal knows something we don't, right? There's every reason to believe that Jamal Lowe knows more than we do. He should be called Jamal Knows stuff. The N is for knowledge. Let's see. Anderson's progress. Okay, he's training well. That's good. If anything, it seems like his training rating has improved since we switched him over to wide midfielder training. Interesting. And like Chowie's making more positive. I keep thinking that he's older than this. He's still only 19. Our backline is literally... I think they're all under 20, aren't they? Stoyan is 20. Alec Chowie's 19. Velasquez is 18. And obviously Ruggieri is older now. But when Stoyan wasn't playing there and we had Shazly's only like 20, right? 19. Just think how sick they're going to be when they get consistency over time. And they're still pretty good now. Icarus! Thank you for the 43.
Afternoon, Matto. Hope you're doing well. Hopefully I'll be able to catch a few more streams. Massive work thing has now come to what should be an end today, which should mean a lot less long weeks.
You love to see it. Hopefully work is going well for you, my friend. I've just noticed something. Velasquez is staying on international duty and is going to miss the Stade Rennais game. We're going to be down both of the Velasquez for that game. Is there like another AFCON that I'm not familiar with that they let in South American footballers? How are we constantly getting done by this every single year? The Strawberry might actually have to play a game. But usually the board should be pretty happy, right? Banfield scouting. God, Banfield. Really nice. All right, go on. Another win? Nice. Friendly win, obviously. Wait, he's played 2 more games for Switzerland as well. That's good. South Americon, yes. I feel like no acronym will be as good as WAFCON for the women's AFCON. That just works. It rolls off the tongue so wonderfully. I like it when it gets to this point in the season when it's got no real transfers to talk about. So it's like, hey, let's talk about Liam Dobson, who's moved from Hastings to Kings Langley. Which... Oh, they're at Gaywood Park. You'd love to see it. Oh, I like the badge. That's actually kind of cool. Olympic Games. I don't know what it is. Because he's the only player that's been called up for it. Which suggests it's to do with some kind of age level competition that only he would be called up for. And I'm trying to think what on earth that would be. And I've got nothing. Terrible Turnbull. That implies that Cardiff Drax are not doing super well. Oh, they won. They are still in a bit of trouble. God, tell you what. It's crazy that TNS have not won a league title since 2020. They've been 10 years since TNS have won a league title. I'm sure it will tell us at some point. DEFCON and MidCon. Ooh. I am definitely going to do FPL this year. Properly. Now that I've had a few years off and a nice little rest from it, I'm feeling like I'm going to do that and obviously fantasy hockey this year as well. So I don't know exactly where I'm going to do fantasy hockey though. Under 20 thing. There probably is. Let's have a look. It should say, right? Because if I go to, say, Stade Rennais game, away in international should be Colombia 22s. The Pan American Games. Jesus Christ. Can America not pan itself into like an international break for that, perhaps? What new fresh hell are we going to lose a player to next year? Ah, sorry, your Danish striker's been called up for the Faroese International Bobsled Contest. Sorry, lads. It's those bloody under-22s. Mallory, I think, has managed to keep his 5-star PA. I really hope that we do get like a, not a Tenerife-esque intake. That would be absurd to demand that more than once in a save. The Nordic Festivity, even better. It's nondescript enough that he could be doing anything there. From competing in it, refereeing it, to handing out like glurk, you know? FPL League. I'm not sure what you mean. I mean, exclamation mark FPL will get you the FPL League, but I haven't like reset it yet because I don't know when you can actually do that. I assume that is that open to do now? Shit. Okay, it's only a small injury. That's fine because he was kind of chefing. The Estonian wife carrying contest. How did you know my second career? I'm not actually allowed to compete because I don't have a wife. So, okay, cool. In that case, I'll, if someone reminds me after stream, I'll reset our league. So that way all of you that were in it before won't have to rejoin. You'll just get put straight back into it. And I might actually take it seriously this year. But I definitely do want to do fantasy hockey as well. So basically, how about this? They're all Olympic athletes, and they think they're doing a normal Olympics type thing, but then they all get randomized into sports that they've never done before. I want to see like the lacrosse, no, not lacrosse, like the show jumping folks be thrown into synchronized swimming. That'd just be hilarious to me. And it should always be the one that's like least appropriate for the previous done. Hey, basketball players, how about you now have to ride bicycles? Because they do look a bit silly because they're all so big. I'd watch that. Is that actually a thing in the game, Paul? Stay on their horse. Oh, do the horses have to be in it as well? Do the horses get medals? Like, I actually don't know. In the Olympics, do the horses get medals? Stoyan just got a Romania cap. Scarily. Usain Bolt doing dressage, he'd be too good at it. That man, I reckon, could turn his ability to anything, frankly, and be passable. So Stoyan is on 16 grand a week. He is a very good footballer. Just seems to be better off the right. Enhanced, I have heard about the enhanced games, yeah. Kevin Keegan riding a bike, then gets punched in a lay-by. It's perfect. After Raoul Fleming, literally, we've not spoken to each other. But that's always good. I like when the game just makes lies up about you. I don't recall ever talking to Deji. Oh, there's a second double-barreled Mallory. There's Mallory Bonalaire-Lucet, who's the head of youth development, and then Mallory Fabere-Cavare, our boy. I really like our Mallory. I think he could actually be a really useful player in that role. I've got him on quickness training because I do want to see if we can just get that up to a reasonable amount. It's probably unlikely, but it's worth a go, right? Plus, I mean, it's just what a great name. He is improving by the looks of it, yeah. Everyone FM, no, I don't think he ever signed a proper contract, did he? I find quickness is for the most part, I find that outside of attacking movement, final third, and defensive positioning, the rest are simply nowhere near as effective. They might have some effectiveness, and I have seen some improvements with quickness, but it's nowhere near the levels of gains you see with, say, the other three. If he declares for France, isn't he technically French already? The problem is he's born in France, I think, and has France first nationality. So what I'll do is I'll leave him on that for a little bit. If we see no obvious... Oh, really? Not the cap. Obvious changes, then I'll start to move on to more technical ones. His second nationality is Guadeloupe, which is just kind of cool. I remember on the last save, we had that guy, Ludovic Anarose, who was Guadeloupean first nationality, and we actually found him at a Guadeloupean club. And then I sold him to Inter for like £12 million. I think maybe I reckon any of these things could work really well if a player has high enough PA. It might be a good little test to figure out if a player actually does have high PA, because I reckon some of the least effective training ones can work even on those guys, and it might be a little indicator perhaps. Distracted. Wait, what? It wouldn't be great, Danny. But another news for you, I don't know if you were here earlier, but I've nearly completed all of my preliminary medical history shit for that. I just have to do this weird thing called, what is it called? A QB check. Objective insights on attention, activity, and impulsivity. I have no idea what it is, but that's the thing I have to do tomorrow. It's the only thing I've got to do still. That and some secondary evidence where I asked like Pog and my parents and stuff for evidence to submit. I think you can also submit like old school reports, but like it's the UK. We don't really keep that sort of stuff. Plus I've not been in school in like 17 years. So I don't have that stuff to hand, sadly. Bit of that, bit of that, bit of... Oh, went up to the next game, finally. +7. That's wild. I still believe that those players only get... I reckon those guys would have got that even if you weren't on quickness. That's why I tend not to use it very much. The same with aerial. I just find it so not very useful. Might have high PA. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Because the game is essentially allocating attributes based on the PA that the player has available. And it seems like a lot of the time it's easy to train a player on those, the easy to train ones, and they'll gain quite a lot. But I've noticed that some players do seem to gain an enormous amount in those weird areas, and they always seem to be those elite players that you see in the save. So I wonder if you can train a guy to do quite well there, if it's an indicator that he's got a lot to burn and it has to put it somewhere. They do. I mean, not only do Inter have Jamal Lowe in charge, but they also have, in theory, I don't know if you've got any information on this guy yet. Their hot prospect is also from Jamaica, presumably because of their manager. This guy here, Jaleel Lawrence. We still can't see much about him because he's so far down our scouting pecking order, but I just think that's kind of cool. QB Tech. Yeah, that's what I've got to do. Because everything else I've sorted. But it was like, you need to do this when you're like well rested. So I was like, okay, I am never doing it then. Tristan on speed. We did, and then I think we took him off of it. Although, so Tristan is on quickness right now. Let's see how he's developed. So we've seen exactly 0 overall increases from his acceleration. It's gone from 14 to 14, but it's like a 14 to a slightly higher holding. His pace has gone from 15 to 16, but when you look at the increase, it's like very, very marginal. So it's most likely got up by at most like 0.3 or something, but it's ticked over the threshold because the game doesn't really round up, I don't think. As in, it doesn't show 16 until it hits 16. So 15.9 is still 15, I think. So while he has seen a little increase on that, I don't think it's actually helped him that much. And I think, frankly, he's probably already fast enough to be fine, to the point where I might actually switch him to some mental training now instead. Like final third. Actually, can attacking movement be even better for him? I think final third. I think his composure, getting that to like a 17 or an 18 could be really fruitful for us. Facial movements whilst doing a test so it can track impulsivity. It's not something I had to do. Oh, really? Okay. That would explain why they needed me to do a webcam for it. Because I thought it was like something where I had to answer like questions on video or something, which again, I was more than happy to do. How dare you disable Hoku? NF, that's rap, right? I guess we're about to find out what it is. Is this one of these things where I should resist having a wee until afterwards? Wait, what? This is not what I expected it to be. We're in for the long haul now, friends. Our next 2 games, if we can actually get a good result against Stade Rennais, that Marseille game starts to look a little bit more... Introduce your parents. That's cool. Sounds like the sort of stuff you used to see on Don't Flop back in the day. Back when rap battles were a thing. I mean, I think they probably still kind of are, but I'm talking like Don't Flop days. That was a weird time. With like Shuffle T and Marlowe and people like that. Although, I swear that guy now does Subway adverts. I see him all the time on TikTok. Yeah, Velasquez is going to be out for a while, apparently. In fact, both of them. We're missing both the Velasquez for this. Which is a little disappointing. I don't know how they've got that either, Dom. Maybe they just gone, we have no idea. Patrick Marlowe, that's the one. You know him. He's gone into a second career upon retiring. Alice! Thank you for the raid, friend. How is it? How is it? How is it? How is life? How is it? It is life. How is it? Help. God help us all. Lilith won again. They're doing all right to keep pace with them, to be fair. The compliments match, yeah, that was so good. I actually saw a clip of that on TikTok the other day. I miss those days. And the one where that teacher absolutely bodied that kid. In a rap battle, I should stress. Yeah, welcome in, Alison Raiders. We were just, clubbing some poor lower league French seals around in some friendlies, actually, while we waited through the longest international break ever to finish. Really just wanted to, you could tell me if a club recover from one after a red card loss. Wait, what? Because I don't think we've actually conceded a goal since that game, to be fair. Since that red card, we have not conceded a goal. Turns out all we need is our opponents to get some red cards. Michael, that's kind of cool. Yes, it's nice to see Alice back streaming. She's been streaming back for a while now, to be fair. Do the league phases of the Europa League? No fucking way. Which team? That's dope. I've never done that. I'm trying to think the last time I managed an amateur team, in fairness. It's because I'm lazy, like that. Right. Stade Rennais away from... Oh, Cardiff Met, of course. Yeah, they kind of cooked in this save too, actually. They were regularly towards the very top. So both the Velasquez are out, which does probably mean the return of the Strawberry. And then Peter Bashir. Stoyan will keep his spot on the right today because I want to just try this out. They do seem very OP. I wonder if it's because they've got like really good youth players or something. I would say so. I think what really impressed me about those friendlies is how well Ruggieri looked in those games. Like, he was absolutely chefing there. Maybe he was the guy we needed at left back all along. Or left wing back, anyway. And allowing Stoyan to play on the right. And it does give us an absolute stacked... Stoyan as a centre-back, perhaps, at some point? I like the versatility that he offers us. What's his work rate like? Oh, I was thinking perhaps, you know, bit of cheeky DM for him. It's the one thing he can't do. Or avoid the bars. That's the other thing he can't do. Both the physical bars and the bars on the football pitch. Right. What I'm going to do, actually, is I'm going to quickly have a pee, because even though we're like last half hour stream, I'm just needing a wee at this point. Then we'll come back to those lookups, and then we'll get into the last couple of games of the stream. I reckon we can still knock out at least a couple more. So I'll be back in a second, because there is actually a whiz quiz. I remembered this time. Back in a sec, friend. It was, of course, Kyle Lightbourne. I don't know if we've done any Bermudan players so far, but I saw it earlier and I was like, yeah, that's the one I think we want to do. Oh, dear. Oostend. Nope. The ultimate Belgian soap opera there, Oostenders. I guess it'd be Oostenders, wouldn't it? Sitting Challenger Pro League. Oh, they've been around. They've done two little... When they have been promoted to the top flight, at the very least, they have not come bottom. It's weird. They were kind of bad for a while. Then had a yo-yo period, and now just being immensely mid at this level. We did sell some players to them, I think, earlier in the save. Oh, God, I was running around so much. I have Mango Beppis now. Just magically appeared on my desk. I definitely wasn't running around trying to sort that out quickly. Tremendous. Literally extenders. Oh, even better. Dun 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 dun. Do you know what kits would be perfect for them? You won't believe what I've got in store for you. Amazing. Get Oostender in this. Nailed it. Pepsi Max Tango. Yeah. I love a bit of Pepsi Max Tango. Pog's not a hugest fan, but I like it. Lowest attendance in the Conference League. How do I even find that out? You're not my Belgian football club. Yeah, I are. That'll be it, right? Probably not, but like close enough. That's League. What am I even doing? Conference League. Oh, did they really? It's stats. Okay. I guess team detailed, right? Somewhere around here. Lowest attendance. Wait, why have Linfield... That might be because they never played a home game. Wait, how could they not play a home game? That confuses me slightly. I don't know why they've not... What? Oh, they've just not played any home games. These must be teams that have gone into the group stage automatically and have never played a home game as a result. So the lowest actual is, in fact, a Maltese side in Moster, who had 147 people for their home game against Glentoran, in which they lost 3-0. Yeah, it just seems odd to me that someone like this would have gone straight in. This random Belarusian team. Oh, no, they're not allowed to play at home, are they? They're not allowed to play at home. They're not allowed to play at home. They're not... No, yeah. And obviously these guys... That is weird. Why are Minsk first and everyone else second? Moster probably in Gozo at this point. They are in the amateur league. Apparently. That's even weirder. I guess it's because a lot of teams are playing on neutral venues there as well. Inferno, of course, at Manchester United. I actually did put the Patreon region roundup yesterday that does talk a little bit about Infernos. They won the Maltese Cup. They have to have done, yeah. Just Malta things, you know. You want to see EXT next to a team? Look at the Latvian league winners. It's an absolute disaster. Like, honestly. Just looking through the Latvian previous winners page is... Like, look at this shit. Almost every team is just retired. There's a brilliant video by Root Nunn that talks all about the decline of Latvian football. Would highly recommend it. And not as far as I know. None of the most of the patrons haven't retired, but those that have, as far as I know, there's been no coaches. That reminds me, I actually need to extend some. Need to offer some more of these bad boys out. I'm convinced that none of these guys are going to find contracts again, but some of you have, in fairness. But yeah, no one's become. I would like at least one of them to become a coach, but because that's what usually happens, right? So Strawberry's in, Bashir is in. I'm curious to see how Ruggieri kicks in. Root Nunn is a genuinely... There's not that many football channels I really watch these days because I find a lot of them are just... Ironically, coming from me, I realise, waffly or clickbaity or a bit too football Twitter for my liking, whereas Root Nunn is the perfect amount of all the things I really like. Well-researched, detailed videos, well-animated, that aren't too long or waffly, that just get straight to the point. Really, really good content. Probably my favourite football-related channel. It reminds me a little bit of what Tifo was back in the day before they were called Tifo. They used to be called something else, I think. But, yeah, so goddamn good. What am I doing here? Oh, yeah, Velasquez. Bit of that. Yeah, they're all with Hadrian on the beach right now. It's a good place to be. The Kraken is back. I think Conan gets to keep his spot, honestly. I find with HSBC 7s, it's just a lot of the time I'm like, this could have been a 4-minute video. Which I realise is, you know, you get that bag, but... There's only so many times I can see a video about Hull City. So I'm sure they're very interesting, but like, I don't know. 2 years ago, fair enough. Hopefully they'll have a bigger attendance than Moss started. Right. It's fine. We're going to chef here. This is the Twiston comeback tour. Get ready for it. He's going to grab a brace today and then just never stop for the rest of the season. I don't think Nagalo has actually scored a single goal for us this year either, so that would be nice. Because his performances have kind of flopped a little bit lately too. He's not entirely on Twiston. I wonder if Nagalo picks it up a little bit, then hopefully he can as well. Although it's actually Bright, if anything, that's been the biggest disappointment because he's not even started that many games and yet he is the biggest goals underperformer on the team despite not starting a single match. Which in a way is actually somewhat impressive because it means he's getting chances but he's just incompetent at taking them. Considering that used to be his whole bag. Oh, go on. Keep the run going. Oh, no. The pass was on. Go on, Dennis. Find the pass. Stoyan. Round the side for Nagalo. That's offside, surely, by an absolute mile. Yeah. The pass was not that one. There was a pass on, but that was not it. Like, there was an opportunity on the build-up to that where he should have released it. Not him. It was prior to him receiving the pass. Tristan actually made a really good run. Oh, we're not going to see it. He made a really good run prior to that, and he should have just slotted him through rather than passing to Anderson. There we go. Like, I like the first time effort there from Stoyan, but he probably would have been better off just holding on to that and going again. Why is the game... Let me... There we go. It's just nice to see him at least bury it, right? Of course, if he was onside, he probably would have missed. Did he? Oh, no, I thought there were 2 red cards in that game. Right. 8 goals. That is insane for an underachievement. Even we've not managed that just yet. Usually the number 10 in this system tends to be around about bang on their numbers. The way that we sort of improve is by just getting them more chances. Dosso was the most sort of crucial example of that. Like, technically he had that great season for us, that great half a year before we were forced to sell him. But in actuality, he was still performing pretty much bang on his numbers. Oh, look at this for build-up. If this leads to a goal... Oh! That is absolute sex on the pitch. Nogalo does score with a back post head. Look at this. The way he pops this into Barnetche and then he just drops it off to Anderson. That's the kind of centre-forward play I want out of this system, where he can link the play up like that, because he's not going to score from that angle, but he's provided the chance. And I hope he gets a little bump in rating for that, like a 6.8 maybe. Give him... Go on, give it. Okay, never mind. The game was not feeling generous. Point is, that was really, really nice. Playing Braun. Well, to be fair, Anderson was playing for Braun. We did sign him off of Braun. Pawn on the lawn. Oh my lord, look at the space. It's a little bit excessive there, lads. Oh, wow, that's a good first touch, actually. Oh, come on now. Really? Could have done without that. I actually thought we got the clearance there. Everyone's back in position. Really, he gets done by that touch. He needs to be better there. But when it comes through, I think, oh, they've got that. And then they both miss it. Both of the centre-backs missed that ball. That is annoying. Anderson's actually having a poor game. Well, I say poor. Poor by his standards, I think. Well, at the very least, we are drawing. It's the first goal we've conceded in ages. And we have at least scored today. But parlaying those good results into a dub here would be very tasty, even though we've not been amazing ourselves. Neither team's been that good. It's probably one of these games where a draw is probably a fair result, but I'm hoping we can just go for it in the second half. What a weird throw. Oh, slip him in. Nogalo, he's got options inside. Come on, please find one. Oh, not a good pass, to be fair. Barnacci's never going to do anything with that. Right, come on. Big stuff needed here. It is still very stagnant, isn't it, such? Oligar. Oh, it's Nogalo again! Oh, come on now. You've got to score that. That was a big chance. I like the chance creation there, but we're looking a bit more creative all of a sudden. Just a little bit disappointed in our own ability to take the chances now. Because we are actually having some opportunities. Oh, no, come on. Oh, it's Renato Martinez. This is in. Oh, wow. Hey, I think that might be the first time we've actually saved a shot from Renato Martinez. I'd actually kind of forgot he was even on the pitch today, which is a rarity, considering this is probably one of the best strikers in the league. Champions League hold. That's kind of sick. Please don't... Oh, no. Somebody get out to him, please. Actually, never mind. Do you know what? Give him all the space he needs. Each of us could have easily scored a goal in the second half, to be fair. Like, this feels like the type of game that's going to finish 2-1 to one of us, and the other one is going to feel massively aggrieved by it. But I'm just really hoping, given the way things have been for us lately, that that team can beat us, because our next game is a nice home game too. Oh, this is better. Right, come on, use the overlaps. That's a great pass for Barnetche. He's got support inside. Come on, Tristan, be sensible here. Build it up slowly. Anderson. Okay, we're trying that same move again. Worked out well last time, never mind. Cool. Ah, please just foul him. Please just foul him. He's right there. There we go, nice. The longest highlight in the world. Really unnecessary, but we like it. Right, pop it on the side. There we go. Never mind, for goodness sake. Something crazy is happening off the end of this play. Oh my god. Barnetche, go on, Tristan. Squirt. I had to walk out the room to deal with that. Amazing. Something strange was about to happen. Well, I wasn't wrong. Tristan Barnetche scores his 4th goal in the league this season. We lead away at Stade Rennais, and that was absolute chaos. This highlight went on for way too long. Too many passages of play turned over there. What is the goalkeeper doing here? He just gives it straight to Tristan. What I do like, though, is the fact that he didn't just hit this first time. I like the fact the goalkeeper didn't even slide. He just ran towards him. Tristan did really well under pressure there. He's got the goal. Amazing. Just going to clip that. Oh, good. Insta highlight from the kickoff. They're going to get an equaliser straight away, aren't they? Or is it going to be a third goal for us? Never mind. Oh, God. I think another goal's coming straight away here. This game is very much doing all the weird stuff. Oh, no. Come on. Touch, touch, touch. There we go. Right. Ruggieri again. Imagine if it was us getting a third goal out of nowhere. Strawberry has looked okay today, actually. Oh, for goodness sake, with the touches, man. These first touches are actually embarrassing. It's Sahi. So many bodies around him. Oh, for God's sake. Cool. Cool. Love those goals. I mean, it's even now. But like, for crying out loud, he's just literally tackled it across his own penalty area to the best striker in the league. I mean, we can't really complain. We were handed a goal ourselves, so the fact that it's handed them a goal immediately afterwards, straight from the kickoff as well, is hilarious, though. Please don't hand them another one, though. Right, touch. Oh, for goodness sake. What is going on? Where's your competitive streak? You do have one, in fairness. Cool. Yes. Totally fine and unnecessary from you there, bud. Amazing. So, Strawberry will naturally come out of the game now. Why is the game still playing? I did not press space. There we go. Ah, dear. Right. Deji's in, which is fine because he's a tall lad. And we were kind of making some subs anyway at this point, but that is really irritating. I'm going to move Ruggieri up, move Stoyan across, and then bring on Shasley on the right. What a horrible way to lose this game. Now, to be fair, if precedent... Oh, God. If anything is to go by, we should not lose this game, because 10-man OP. That's been our experience in France, really. Going down to 10 men seems to give you a boost. If you're us, it means you're likely to score a goal, and if you've conceded... Sorry, if you're the AI, then no more goals are scored for either team, generally speaking. That's really weird from Alec Chowie, though. This game was just... There's no need for it. It's crazy that 5 minutes prior to that, we're celebrating the Barneccia goal, and now it's like the exact opposite. We need a big performance out of Tristan for the rest of this game now. He just needs to do running. Just do lots and lots of running. And we wouldn't even really be able to complain if they were to score another goal. But if they are going to, just give them a normal one. They've just switched their system around a little bit there. And there we have it. 10-man OP. Not a single highlight after the red card, despite having 35 minutes of football. And I didn't even put a defensive setup in there. It's so silly how red cards just completely kill games in this game at the moment. Either way, that's a point. Do you know what? That's a well-earned point. They're not a bad team. We didn't deserve it. We got it. Every save. HJK? No, to be fair, this isn't the first time the last time we got a red card, we went from a goal down to 3-1 winners in the second half. It's like after all that chaos, the annoying thing is we're going to be missing Alec Chowie for the next game. And Velázquez. So our starting centre-back pairing are both going to be missing for the Marseille match, which is a bit frustrating. HJK is a bit of a weird one. Basically, they knocked us out of the Europa League twice in the same season. Sorry, they knocked us out of the Europa League qualifiers twice in the same season. Well, sorry, not qualifiers. You get my point. They knocked us out in European qualifiers twice in the same year. So they deserve everything they get. And in one of the games, I was winning going into stoppage time, and they scored twice. It was a bad time. We'll appeal against it anyway, just because why not? It's another point. Takes us to 11. That was a tough one anyway. They're a reasonably good side. At least we're scoring goals again now. That's the main thing. This year, I don't know. I try to avoid really sort of paying any attention to what HJK do. I want nothing to do with their nonsense. It's clearly actually in their culture then. Never did it when I was managing them though, did they? Although admittedly that was partly due to my incompetence when I accidentally cup-tied my entire first team to the B team. Oh my god, Nagalo is now going to be suspended as well. Cool. Did they really? Who was that against? That's wild. Oh yeah, I'm an HJKB Ultra. Are there any people out there that are just like fans of the B team of clubs, but not the first team. Like, you know, in like Germany where the B teams play quite high up or whatever. It's just like, I'm a Dortmund B fan, but not first team. Faroese. Was it more a case that they were absolutely shocking to have been 4-0 down in the first place, where they'd absolutely shat the bed? Like when Celtic lost or drew against Lincoln Red Imps that time. Yeah, HJK have been nothing. They've not been dominant in this save at all. SJK have absolutely chefed. Barcelona B Plastics. More of a Castilla man myself. I'm fairly certain that HJK... I mean, I think they have won titles in this save, but it's nowhere near as sort of dominant as you'd expect them to be. Funny we say that. Literally won the last title. But that was their first title of the save. SJK have absolutely chefed. Won all but 2 titles in this save. Oh, what happened to the team that I really liked? They were called like People. Oh no, these guys. Mainly because we had a Patreon region that was playing for them. They randomly got promoted. How did they get relegated from 4th? That might just be weird FM things, actually. You getting smoked in the Faroe Islands is saying something, yeah. Fontless skin. There is, in the sense that if you want to edit the skin file, but I don't know how to do it. I mean, at that point, you'll have to like unpack the actual resource of the skin itself and then edit the files within it. I don't know how to do that, of course. There isn't like an easy way to do it, as far as I'm aware. Because the preset SAS skin uses the default FM skin anyway, FM font anyway, doesn't it? Or I'm just so like entrenched in using it for such a long time now, nearly 2 years, that I just don't know what the original font even is. There's almost certainly guides out how to do it, but I suspect it's a case. It probably isn't even that hard. You just need to unpack the skin file using the resource archiver and then edit a file. I just don't know what file that is. I've never actually unpacked a skin before. I've only ever packed them up. I'm like a removal man that only does half the job. Instead, I'm a streamer that only does half the job. The Town. I like that. I feel like that should be in Boston rather than San Jose. Fair enough, Harv. It's a question to you. I dread to even think what's about to come out of your mouth right now. Or your fingers in this case. Is what so you when you have a... Harv, are you sure you're not having a stroke? Read or phone? Phone, but sometimes reading on the phone. Harv's trying to get himself banned. Like, I try to avoid social media these days as much as I can, so I tend to read on my phone. Are you okay? Yeah. Jom's bombs having a stronk. Call up ambulance. Oh. Russian. It's not how you spell Russian. Chinese investor is pulling out. Oh. So Marseille were about to get a tycoon by the looks of things. But looks like not anymore. Which is just funny to me. Yeah, he's certainly not typing. Typing with his nose, isn't it? Like a dog. He's got that dog in him. Oh, the big one. I mean, this is probably going to be a PSG win, isn't it? Like, Lille clearly are a good side. Oh my god, they've done it again. Wait, Yamamoto? That isn't the guy from... No, it's a different guy. As if they've actually gone and done it again. If Lille win back-to-back titles... That would be massively impressive. I thought it was the Fulham guy, because Fulham have a striker called Yoshimitsu, which I just think is fun. For a good 20 minutes. Yeah, you want to be careful doing that. You can give yourself hemorrhoids doing that. Yamamoto is just it's one of those Japanese names that I'm just like, yes, that's a really like quintessential sounding name, I suppose. What? That top news article is a bit crazy. Mbala claims under 21 men's best player along... Hang on, he finished ahead of Sochaux. He's not even starting games for Tenerife. He's done alright as far as getting his pace up, actually. What a guy. Sochaux's clearly still there. He's happy to stay now with the looks of things. That's why he's happy to stay. Tenerife gave him a new contract. He's now got 125 grey a week. And so he deserves. Can I imagine Lille in this save? I don't believe so, no. I'm pretty certain Lille have been in some kind of European final at some point in this, either this save or in general. Oh, no, 100% half. If we hadn't lost that Conference League, I think in the 3 years since then, think what we'd have been out of Chef. Because even without us, Tenerife have got into the Champions League by themselves. How before? No, I never managed Lille. We managed Lyon on a previous Outcast to Icons. That was our old stomping ground in France when we were here during the stream one. Okay, so they are technically manageable. Not that I would move to them from here, obviously. There'd be no point, but... Oh, Tenerife have not started the new season that well.
It's good. You
Only the
came
4
in
wins on the
summer.
board.
In winter.
They can, Atletico top of the league as well. Yeah, they haven't started super well. Is that a new... No, it's not a new manager. Never mind. I don't know, Flo. Thank you for the follow. The key player is Karapchea these days. Yeah, that kind of tracks. Are they playing him as a winger these days? Yeah, so they're playing Karapchea as a winger. They're playing with Fritsch and Martins up front, both players I didn't sign. They've got Kwon Min Ho. Wow! I totally forgot about him. Fair enough. Kwon Min Ho. Raul's playing as literally a central midfielder these days. He is wanted, though, by Napoli. Napoli are going to reassemble our squad, aren't they? Just in a different team. Thiago Enrique's still there as well. Opry is now left back. Steiny's playing centre back, which is baffling to me. And they've got Bilal still there, playing right back for them. And obviously Sochaux in goal. Their bench has still got a crazy amount of the guys that we saw. They've still got Herholt knocking about. He'd have been such a brilliant I'll tell you what. If things go tits up with Velasquez or whatever, there is a chance we could just nab Herholt. Potentially, anyway. Lottie. Oh dear, they have fallen off quite hard, in fact. Mostly a second tier side in this save, and they are back to being a second tier side again, and it's not looking great for them in general. They're only, well, 6 points, I guess, above the drop zone. Yeah, it's one of those players that just feels... A lot of the Tenerife guys feel like they should be older, but it's just because we've actually not only... He was quite young. He was just really well developed when we had him. Let's just have a little look at where he's actually... Who is he wanted by? If I had to guess, it's probably Saudi. Wolves, Ran, and Al Riyadh. Ooh. It's still quite a lot of cash, unfortunately. More than we can really afford. Oh, unless Loic Savage gives us any cash. 20% of profit. I mean, are you realistically going to sell this dude for any kind of profit? Probably not. I might just take the 80k. Leave him here. There's a limited number of options, Harv, honestly. And if we did leave, we'd then have to like restart the conveyor belts and everything. And I'd have to cancel my... I'd have to redo the 1100 team reports I set up yesterday. Like, I feel like my only likelihood of leaving Sochaux is if we enter another situation where we lose a Europa League final, or lose a European final, I think. Or we get sacked, potentially. I mean, I think that's less likely now. I think the big chance for us to get sacked was last season. This season, despite us looking a bit mid in places, I think we've got enough about us, and it's just going to be... It feels very second season Tenerife, where we just sort of explode a little bit, and like we're still well within touching distance of these teams. In fact, really, outside of the top two, everybody's free game. Montpellier lose again. Lyon really are in trouble this year, though. I wonder how that team that got promoted out of nowhere are doing. Yeah, as I suspected, they are bottom of the league. That's what happens when you get promoted by coming 10th. They're doing better than I thought they were going to do, honestly. Any team that comes 10th and gets promoted really has no right to be there. But it isn't really their fault that there were, well, 10 other B teams in that league. Not are now unbeaten in 20 home games. That's crazy. Don't know how the Premier League's actually looking these days. Bristol City are second in the Premier League. Don't tell Jinx. Still have a heart attack. Also, Napoli already 7 points off the top in Serie A. Who is their new coach these days? Vejga. The Benfica guy. Okay. It's going well then. All that money's well spent. Wait, their finances finally starting to crack. Nope. Yeah, Bristol City, 17 points from their first 8 games is crazy. They have steadily been building something here. Like, since promotion, 16th, 16th, 12th, 13th, they're just cutting about. But now, under new manager Eddie Abadi, and he is indeed a baddie, they're crushing. So their manager left to take the Fulham job, and the new guy is the former Angers manager. Okay. I like that. Hang on, did you say that? Antonio Conte is the Ireland manager. I love that. That's cool. Motherwell are top again. Oh, Jesus, they are. And not only are they top, but Celtic and Rangers not even really in the conversation. Rangers are 6 points behind. Celtic are 9 points behind and have played a game more than Motherwell. Also, Hibs with the 2 games in hand could still get back into this as well. Okay. Maybe Motherwell are going to go for another one. To be fair, Bailey James Sachs was the top scorer in Scotland last year. Okay. Considering how badly we started today's stream, we have certainly picked things up a little bit. Those first 3 games were absolutely diabolical, but now, look at the fields of green. But we could really do with a dub here. Marseille are a decent side, but I bet you they're not that good. Although they are actually 6th best. But we're now up to 10th best. So I feel pretty confident about our chances in the same. Although missing both Velasquez's and Elak Chawi and Nagalo, maybe not. There's still some real players. I mean, Lamine Yamal's still playing for Barcelona, and there's still quite a few 32-year-olds knocking about that were like really, really young regens. Sorry, not regens. Really, really young real-life players. Ooh. I might do Deji. Hello, IS lots of numbers? I'm not sure what to call you. What can I call you? Ruggieri? Yeah, we did the same again. Is half of our bench just gone? Suspended. Injured. Suspended. Good God. So who's getting a bench spot now because everyone's disappeared from us? Shehu for sure. Christ. Limar, he's very good. Like, he's stayed at Barcelona, has got like 400 appearances in his entire... He's played a lot of games. Ah, fair enough, man. Let's see. Our bench is going to be weak as hell today. I'm curious to see what Deji could do from corners, because he does have 17 jumping reach, if I recall correctly. God, he's really good. He just lacks a little bit of the speed. The reason El Shazi hasn't played is because mostly he's been absolute shit this season. His average rating in the league is 6.46. And so we decided to try out Stoyan on the right and Ruggieri on the left. And Ruggieri's ratings have been exceptional since he moved to that role. Shazi, for whatever reason, has just not managed to... I'm sure he will come back into the team. There's no reason why he should be bad, but he's just not really cutting it right now. Yarua and Oh McCuddles. Great name. Thank you for the follows, guys. If you are new and you've enjoyed today's stream, drop a follow. I'd appreciate that. Right, yeah, that's going to have to do. Strawberry's going to get another game in the team, obviously, because of Nova Velasquez. Strawberry is very reliable, at least. He's just never going to take us to the head of the mountain. Right then. Big one. See if it works. Ooh, what about Shabab Al-Ahli now? They got money. They do, okay. Bauer might be a January exit, honestly, because I'm pretty certain that outside of that one game, he's been absolute bobbins. Literally, he's had one game where he's not essentially lost rating. And that was the game he scored a goal in. This is a man as well that routinely was having a insane amount of XG and chances. Most games, he's not even having a shot. Like, in 5 of his last 6 league games, he's not had a single shot in the game, which is very unlike him. So he just seems to have completely lost his mojo. That might be a good time to just completely bin him off. The intermediary trick, which one is that? Is that the one where once you've agreed the deal, you then ask an intermediary and then cancel it or something, and then it just automatically goes through? If we could get some nice money from him in January and we were in a reasonable position in the league, like, not like he's to get Europe, but not like he's been involved in a relegation battle, I would cash in for a Saudi move in January and then just commit to Binder for the rest of the season. To be fair, maybe he does want to be goalkeeper. He's just jealous of Eric's prowess in goal. And I don't blame him. Nuzuf, thank you for the follow.
My own hotel.
Right, at least we're at home here. Right, come on, Bright. Oh, Jesus Christ. Silly, bad touches. Bright's a guy that needs a goal, basically. Right, come on, big header. Yep, cool. Big header straight to them. Amazing. Okay, good tackle. That's a relatively easy save for Kilaza to the point where that might not even be the highlight. Oh, it is. I guess we underestimated Deji a little bit in the sense that he can win the headers because he's massive, but he has no directional ability on the headers. So we have no idea where it's going to go after it leaves his head. What we could really do with here is another goal for Barnett, because as much as he scored in the last game, it was very much literally handed to him on a platter. I need to see him score a goal where he actually does well, creates a chance for himself or something, and finishes an opportunity placed to him. Right, come on, Deji. Big header needed. That's twice in a row now. And what the fuck? Can you stop it? Stop heading the ball to them. Offered via intermediary and cancelled. Always seems to garner a bunch of interest in the play. Oh, really? Okay. Maybe we could try that in January then. That's twice now Deji's done that. Just headed the ball straight to the on-running striker. What is his heading ability? Is it really low? No. Okay, in that case I have no idea. Twitch, generally speaking. I mean, I stream 3 times a week. YouTube videos are more sporadic because they obviously take a lot more time to make. Obviously, recently they've been a lot more sporadic, but I'm trying to sort of ramp things back up again as we come towards FN26. I do have some ideas that we're working on at the moment. Some crazy shit, in fact. Deji off the bar! Oh. Every single thing in this game, both for and against us, is going they're all going through Deji. He'll probably score an own goal from a header now. Shit. Well, we do find ourselves behind. Can't really complain, though, because we should have been behind twice already. That's still disappointing, though. They're a decent team, but we used to, last year, towards the end, we were sort of able to compete with these guys, and weirdly, with the way the league is right now, we'd actually be down in 14th place, just because of everyone else is so tightly compacted in there. Could do with not losing this one, too. Right, Fresh Arms, get ourselves out there and do something a bit better. Deji's been appalling today. I guess we are playing a second-choice centre-back pairing, like both of them are the second choice. I'd be willing to put this one down to just our squad is weak compared to the lineup that we would like to have put out. Although, on the plus side, Bauer is actually having a good game, apparently. I've seen none of it, but the game informs me that he's doing well. We'd still be 5 points above the drop, but another win in a game like this, or just another point, would be really good business. Particularly because I think we'd be good value for it again. Yeah, even if I take off Tristan at this point, like the options off the bench due to the sheer amount of injuries and suspensions we've got right now aren't happening. Shasley off the bench now could be a good moment for us. Ruggeri's kind of struggled a little bit, honestly. You're in danger. Strawberry's having a good game, though. So is Conan, interestingly. I'm still going to bring on Binder. Yeah, we just have limited options at the moment just because of all the missing players. Particularly in the front line. I guess I could bring on... Nah, do I want to bring on Lorente on the right? Not really. Yeah, there's really no obvious substitutions at this point. Oh well. We'll just do that. Whack it on attacking for the final 20 and hope that we can score a goal. Because we'd be good value for a draw, I'd say. Come on. We can't even put an Alec Chowie header in here. Deji's at the back post. Cleared away. Okay, this is good. Can we second phase them? Maybe Binder, of all people. Drives towards the byline. As if he somehow missed that. Barnett gets his shot blocked right on the line there. He gets some really bad luck in moments like that, I feel like. Like, players seem to be able to get blocks on his shots that no one else seems to be able to. Or unless Tristan Barnett can score here, that's a penalty. 100% pen. Bit worrying now because Bauer is our penalty taker and he's literally just been substituted. So I actually have no idea who our current penalty taker is even going to be here. Swiston really would be the one I wouldn't mind actually giving it to. I don't know if I can do this now. It might be too late. Because it was going to give it to Anderson. Oh god, it would have been Binder. Like, he's got good finishing and composure. I don't know if the game will actually let me do this. It might have already overwritten it. But I think this is an opportunity for Swiston to just get another goal under his belt, if it will let me give it to him. It is Barnett from the spot. Come on, Swiston. Big moment for you. Bang! Come on, lad. That's more like it. 5th goal of the season now. He's already equaled his tally from last year. And he's done it in 10 games instead of 34. So the goals are definitely coming a bit more frequently, but he is relying on a bit of fortune to make them happen. That is a really good penalty, though. It's another notch towards his tally for the year. Bails us out massively in this game. What, can Shehu play on the right? On the left, rather? Not really, no. I think we'll just have to leave him on for the time being. I would say we don't deserve that, but, I mean, they gave away the penalty, right? So I'd say we do deserve the equaliser at least, but we're probably not going to keep it, are we? Because... Come on, get a touch in. Oh, no. He's completely unmarked. And it's an immediate goal again. For fuck's sake. I think he's onside. We're not going to get lucky this time. I don't know. Yeah. How could he have even been offside there? He's literally running across the line. Oh, that's unfortunate. I think we deserve more than that. It's fine, we'll go get it. 3-2 win, I'm telling you. We had a few of those 3-2 games back in Spain in the early days. Can we do it again here? Anderson. Maybe scoring that penalty will allow Barnetche a bit of extra confidence. Surely he's not going to win a second penalty. No look header. I know. I don't think this one's going to get given. But if it does get given... Oh my god, it's been given again. We've got a second penalty has hit the match engine. Barnetche from the spot. I've never seen a player score 2 penalties in one game. And he's done it again. He's scored 2 penalties in a single match. Come on, Tristan. I'll tell you what, that is pretty clutch. For a guy that's struggling to find the back of the net, to actually come up clutch for us in a game like this where he's not having the best time of it, that's nerves of steel. That's the kind of mentality he's going to need going forward. Ooh, oh, Christ on a bike. Not again. Insta highlight from the kickoff again. This better be us getting another one. There we go. Come on, Deji. Please release the pass. Please don't release the... Oh, for God's sake. What a save from Chilaza. We are very fortunate to be level in this game. Like, if it wasn't for the 2 horrendous pieces of defending from Marseille and the 2 completely justified penalties, we'd be absolutely done. Deji has been stinking the place out today. He is not a good centre-back, is he? He should be, but he really isn't. I want to just turn the risks down a little bit for the last few minutes of this game. Like, I would honestly say that, really, outside of the penalties, we did fuck all in this game, but they all still count. Barnetche, more importantly, though, gets 2 goals to his name, and that is enough to earn him man of the match. Very, very soft. But I can't really complain. Chilaza has bailed us out in that game. Don't think he could have done much about their goals. I'm pleased with that. It's another point. Marseille are a decent side. We're scoring goals continually now. I'd like to get a couple more wins in there at some point, but it's okay. We look like a team that's just going to regularly get points. Press conferences. Yeah, press conferences are probably the most pointless part in the entirety. Outside of, like, maybe the squad plan, a press conference is the most pointless thing in FM. They have 0 effect on anything. So I would just delegate them. Because they just slow you down, right? Press conferences are like an obstacle between me and actually having a nice time. That was glorious. I can't remember the last time I actually had 2 penalties in a game, let alone scored them both. They almost always miss the second one, I find. But fair pluck and pie. Really big performance from him there. Even if he was doing poorly before that, he's made up for it by actually finishing those penalties. Like, it's so tight as well. Like, we may be down in 13th place, but we have a positive goal difference and are literally 1 win away from 7th. It's so goddamn tight. And more importantly, there's now a 6-point gap between us and all those 4 that are kind of battling it out amongst themselves. So we're in a good way. Ditch Bauer, though. Bauer was actually doing okay in that game when I took him off. But he is certainly not... Let me see if he at least had a shot in this game. In fact, there's no way he had a shot in this game, is there? Because we barely had any shots of our own. Yeah. 6.8 when I took him off. Basically just doesn't shoot anymore. For some reason. Because he started off okay. So weird. I don't have training plans, but I use Aaron RDF's training setup. But I don't know if the website's working at the moment, unfortunately. If you do exclamation mark training, you should get access to it, but I don't know if he's renewed. I need to tell him about this. Key passes, yeah, I don't know what he's... It's really weird. I wonder if the way that we change the team is creating less chances for him. So he's just not getting into good positions at all. And it's massively hurting him. Jesus Christ, this guy here. Mariston. Oh, yeah, no, fair enough. You've got to say the punnies where you can. I need to change the link that I give people so it just downloads his one instead. Because they are the best. But the reason I had his website there was that way he got direct traffic from it. And that way I wasn't just like, you know what I mean? That way he could get some ad revenue off it or something. Yeah, this guy's got 10 in 10 for Angers. Pog's not going to get a look in. APA for that. I don't know if we want an APA with a DLP. I don't really want 2 playmakers in the team, especially not with the wide midfielder that's almost another playmaker. Right now, I'm fine with it, but maybe it now is about the personnel instead of him, instead of being the role itself. But I think there comes a point where Binder's just going to get thrown in and become the guy for the role, probably. Because Bauer's not doing it. But obviously, if Binder comes in and does even worse, then we may have to switch back to Binder, and switch back to Bauer, and at that point, it could well be a thing we want to change. Feels like not Jenga, it's like it's whack-a-mole. Like we fix one thing and another problem pops up in another area. That's the danger with like changing too much about tactics, because you may well fix one problem and then you create 3 more that make you worse overall. I don't think we have got worse overall though, but I do think Ruggieri is much better as that wingback than Stoyan is, for whatever reason. Which does present us with a problem on the other side of the team, because obviously now we've got the Shazli, Stoyan, Shehu, and the other chap as well, Habila, all for one spot. And I don't think any of them can conceivably really do a job as the DM or anything like that, you know? So, where... Oh, God, there's a lot of people on today. It's nice to actually see so many people streaming FM again. Let's do Kev. We got to, right? But yeah, that's the downside of the asymmetry, I think. It's one of the big things that massively fixes it. When is the league? When it is. I actually don't know. Maybe tomorrow. If it isn't tomorrow, then I can't participate this week anyway. So if it isn't on tomorrow, then it'll be a substitute standing in for me, and I have no idea who that would actually be. But I believe it might end up being tomorrow, just really not sure. So yes, thank you for the wonderful vibes as always, friends. It's been lovely to spend some time with you. Have a lovely rest of your day. I'm going to open a bloody window because it's so fucking warm in here. And yeah, we shall return next stream to hopefully actually win some more games and hopefully see Swiston maybe hit double digits. I'm telling you. Anyway,